Oh shit. Well, it's time to wrap.
Yeah. Spontaneous combustion, I might light up any second. I got tree, I got raps, it's a rap, then I rap. Let me say it for the record. Still shiny, still wild, still sliding with no effort. Rebel Raider, pockets different cheese. Gouda and some feta, I can't settle, one go metal. While I'm pushing pedals, we on different levels. Let me get that settled. Supersonic, cup him with the metal. Leave us at the shovel, bang the rebel, ain't no time to rebel. I got fucking shit to do. Bitch, I'm always on the move, while I'm steady counting blues. I'ma tell you what's the truth, this ain't got no shit to do. With some people that I knew, I'm just trying to make it through. And it's link, double link, Todd Holland, not the move.
Don't ask about the speed, I'ma cruise, I'ma go supersonic on the beat, they confused. He tested me once, pulled him to a street with the broom, and all of you marks funny like a seed from the room.
What a story.
Bumblebees for the opulence, shot yellow buff accomplice, and Trump profit like Optimus. Who these niggas that's rapping while flexing 5-0 accomplishments? Snitch on niggas preposterous, couldn't tell like androgynous. Black will carry the forest, make money with my inaugurate. You just trying to be seen, so you getting even with opposites. This bag is never stopping, I stick with all of my confidence. Knew I was never normal, but keeping the whole slopping. Listen to me, gotta keep that be the hamburger. How good that mad, better be nasty. Better watch your bad, but you're not Louis, better fix your act. They don't want no, I'm a guy girl that's bring AK with a damn blade. That's to make greatness, they can never have it. We kick daisy, we're the breaking bad. Hyenas, we the H your back. If you want beef, no, we can take your check with a GG. And the quick it's a rat of these quarter balls, you can make your life. But I be snapping like we losing half. Put a block ready, you losing mass. Starting with the march, and then it's fragile like American Dad.
American Dad, I'm sweating about stands up, staging them hazards, trying to get bands, see a bane, I'm Bowser, cutting they man, chick bang like a hat, what's on my hands. I was trying to get cash and I got me some bands. You real bitch dog, y'all barking in rants. That's who y'all monitor, part of the plan. Gun blade like squad, how the chopper go bland. Bye bye. Black whip, but I cruise. Black whip, where I move. Smash hit, easy cool. Lincoln with Lincoln Pacer when assassin in the booth. Hairpin when I shoot, no pressure, no bar with the tool on. I'm feel addicted cause I shoot often. Been rare, y'all too common. Now let me switch my flow. Bitch drove you home from bro to foe. Better switch your load. Just 40 shooting like 40s. That shit gon' get you loaded. Popping gas like Prozac when my doctor lift my doses. Buckle go to shit explosive. Luminary titan do magic like I keep making potions. Is that boy static? We at it, you know I'm stopping motion. Mare flare, only scared of the fucking ocean. Roll your whole crew up in the blunt. Now we fucking smoking. Yummy. Shot clock down, I'ma shoot my shot in slow-mo. Red card, talking on my gang is a no-no. Roll stupid ass up in the blunt, now you Zorro. Wait, I'ma pour the purple like I'm Gojo. Big ass motherfucking
had to boot up in this bit. Yeah. These niggas ain't cut like me. Oh man, this shit here way too structured. This shit just way too lifted. Way too up, did I stutter? Pay up, take one, we gon' take two. This shit here made all muscle. Face up, man, fuck you bout. My dog there came to scuffle. My dog there came up. My dog will came like horse. My dog them trained to shoot. This all off brain to torso. This shit on arm and leg. This shit gon' bring the truckload. This shit so dumb and sped. This shit, man, this shit so up and stood. This shit so lit as burn. This shit here extra tough. Can't lie, my nigga turn. Can't lie, my nigga T. We turning niggas shirts. We sending niggas home. We putting shit to dirt.
I'm here for a reason. All of the pub be preaching. False scheming steady got me on divas. Solid niggas with these niggas I'm leading. Young nigga, but I'm never naively. Diving head first and made a 10%. Holy answers, only reason I'm breathing. K9 done gave me a reason. 420 was the last time I seen him. Early rigor mortis, different mothers pouring shedding tears at the notice of the grievance. I gotta go, we was kids, now we demons. Then by blocks me and bro, no scheming. Ain't how my pops had to learn why I bleed. The streets been cold, these niggas are demons.
My dog them came up. My dog will came like horse. My dog them trained to shoot. This all off brain to torso. This shit on arm and leg. This shit gon' bring the truckload. This shit so dumb and sped. This shit, man, this shit.
Stakes high, when it's low. Hell berries for them souls. Streets watch, took a toll. Niggas blind to fall. Oh, y'all told my mama, I'ma go. I can't fall like I want it all. I can't fall like I want it on it. I can't fall like I want it all.
My dog them came up. My dog will came like horse. My dog them trained to shoot. This all off brain to torso. This shit on arm and leg. This shit gon' bring the truckload. This shit so dumb and sped. This shit, man, this shit.
Orderly, white.
I just be minding my business. Hey, bust out a rollie, I came up now, niggas be eyeing me different. Bitch, still keep that Glock on my waist, that bitch came with all types of extensions. Shit ain't been right in a minute. Back to the paper, I try to forget it. How the fuck you not chasing a bag? I don't see eye to eye with you niggas. I still ain't got time for these bitches. Ain't no more room in the bank, how I'm stacking these bands, and they tell me the sky is the limit. No more distractions, my eyes on the vision. For cash, I'ma turn to the grindiest nigga. Boy, I stay with my mind on the mission. Been making a name, and I finally did it. I still ride with that thing in my bucket. Hey, ain't no discussion, it ain't about no money, don't call me for nothing. I got no time to be fucking, I told her I just want the top like a muffin. Niggas be bluffing, they talk on the gram, we pull up where they stay and they running. Niggas be hating, I love it. I just be minding my business. Hey, bust out a rollie, I came up now, niggas be eyeing me different. Bitch, still keep that Glock on my waist, that bitch came with all types of extensions. Shit ain't been right in a minute. Back to the paper, I try to forget it. How the fuck you not chasing a bag? I don't see how to buy with you niggas.
Ay, it hold like 50 times 2, I put that in this Drake. I was 15 trying to duck out of Jake's. I dropped the racks, now they dropping the case. This shit like acne, it's all on his face. They see what I do and they copy and paste. I see niggas ain't trying to stop what I make. Got rich off of words, I'ma pop it, it's great. I'm on the road with them choppers upstate. Got rich off of words, now I'm rocking designer. I know what it's like to give 100 to mama. Don't ask no questions, we solving the problem. Don't worry about no blue faces, pussy, I got it. We let it off in this bitch if we spot 'em. Pick up the peas up the road and we drive. Got a whole lot of hoes off for IG, I block 'em.
I just be minding my business. Hey, bust out a rollie, I came up now, niggas be eyeing me different. Bitch, still keep that Glock on my waist, that bitch came with all types of extensions. Shit ain't been right in a minute. Back to the paper, I try to forget it. How the fuck you not chasing a bag? I don't see eye to eye with you niggas.
Woo! Welcome back to another episode of The Discourse. I am your host, the lovely Brandon Sutton, and today is August 27th. It is a Thursday. It is an Immaturity Report Thursday. I like doing that thing that Tim does when he's about to give like a high-level idea where he just like pulls his metaphorical lapels, I guess really just the sides of his button-up, overshirt. And it's really addicting. You're like, let me tell you how things really work. Well, let me tell you how things really work, folks. Today, we're going to have a good day. We have a good day every day, I like to think. I start you out early, right? Or, depending on where you are in the world, finish you off right. Or just, give you a nice endorphin boost in the middle of your day. The Matt Jordy Leckport. Oh, is Emma not there? Emma was there yesterday. Going to be Brandon in the Mats today. Oh my gosh. What a great name for a band. Brandon in the Mats. I will say, we're not going to watch Tim Pool today. I'm tired of it, and it honestly doesn't do much for me, like psychologically, sexually, or intellectually. The numbers tend to be really good because you guys hate Tim. Even if some of you complain, like people do tune in and watch. But generally, it doesn't do anything for me personally to watch Tim. I find him to be a little boring. However, I will say I've always thought that he does not do enough with the fact that his last name is Pool and that he wears a hat all the time. Like the fact that his band is just called Timcast is just because he doesn't have faith in the SEO. No, he has faith more in the SEO driving people to his music than he does in the quality of the music driving people to his music. Because the obvious name for Tim Pool's band would be Tim Pool and the Hats, or like, Tim in the Pools or something like that, Pool Party. But instead, he's very much just trying to ride the high of his like political career to give him a little boost in the algorithm for his music. But if it were me, I would call it Tim Pool and the Hats, and then every other person in the band would have a different kind of hat on. Who complains? Everyone complains all the time. But it's like that guy said when he was trying to sow propaganda on News Nation about our starving sailors on the USS Lincoln. If you're not complaining, brother, I know you're not having a good time. People love to complain. Let me tell you, people love to complain. Me personally, I'm not a big complainer. But I do know other people love to complain. If you're not a big complainer, you really get a lot of people who like will open up to you because you're not really one to complain. Like the shirt B looks lightweight. What's the material? I mean, I assume some kind of synthetic thing trying to be linen. I bought this shirt because it was literally $1 and I was going to the beach. So I was like, okay, cool. Moondog. Is that Moonlord's new name? What's his real name? Like Eric? Ian? I forget what Moon Knight's real name is. It's called Sharing. Sharing is caring. Oh yeah, no. I don't mean to be overly tart about it. I just think that some people are a little bit more complainy than I am, but we watch enough news to know that everyone loves to complain. In America, it's all you have. And so some people feel like if they don't complain for like 5 minutes that they're being like literally oppressed. You get that online a lot too. Like I'm not allowed to share my idea right now without it being considered inappropriate. That's like oppression, man. I thought he was a wizard. Who's a wizard? The Beanie Babies. That's another good one. Imagine Shitty or Nickelback. That is not what Tim Pool's band sounded like. If Tim Pool's band sounded like Shitty or Nickelback, I would listen to it because I love that. I've always said that for me, Tim Pool's band sounds like it's like Rise Against, if you've ever heard Rise Against, but none of their really good stuff. Because all of Rise Against, in my opinion, all of Rise Against good songs sound like if an anime opening was made by an American band instead of a Japanese band. And so, like, there are a lot of good Rise Against songs. None of the good ones, though. Maybe some of, like, the C or B list ones. And you made it, kind of mixed it with a bad emo rock band, but it sounds nothing like Nickelback. Nickelback is like post grunge. Like in Nickelback is just Creed and bands that sound like Creed, which is what post grunge is. And you guys know that my favorite post-grunge band is Theory of a Dead Man because they're like, for me, the apotheosis of that particular music genre. A bunch of guys who look like they are in a biker gang, but actually aren't. And most of their songs are about being broken up with. Like, it's actually like very sensitive music. That's what Creed is too. It's like, it's either songs about getting broken up with by a girl or songs that sound like they're about Christ, but are also about getting broken up with a girl, but still probably about Christ too. Nickelback is post talent. You're just saying that because it's 2026. But to be fair, I haven't listened to Tim Pool's music in a really long time, and I only listened to it on the majority report when we put the filter over it, like the bad music filter. And so like I might just be wrong. People will hate me for this, yes, but worse Nirvana, like Tim Pool's. I mean, well, that's not. Well, I mean, Nirvana is grunge, and so if Tim Pool imagines himself to be grunge, he would, be sounding like Nirvana. But I don't get that from really Tim at all in his music. I'd have to really listen to it again. I don't want to share any more like uninformed opinions. That's more his. This is more his content. But like I have a strong memory of the song I listened to. So I'm hearing like crashes outside. I guess they must be doing some renovations downstairs. Don't get me started on the fucking stuff going on downstairs. Although now I'm remembering I need to send an email about my utilities. I forgot. Maybe I'll just shoot it off on my phone while I'm supposed to be doing this show. But yeah, like I just remember thinking like very vividly, this sounds like Rise Against, but like worse, obviously, and then also kind of emo. Puddle of Mud is worse Nirvana. It's not as good as Puddle of Mud. Trapped? No, it's not that either. Like you're just like naming bands. Funny enough, all bands that I know. I actually like that genre of music, like bad rock. And so I have a pretty wide discography of those types of bands that I know. And so like it's not any of those. Pearl Jam, no. Is Rise Against Screamo. I'm not so familiar with every kind of genre of music that I can like accurately tell you what they all are. I only know what post grunge is because sometimes I get post grunge confused with new metal. But I've been told many times, sorry, that was the pop up on my computer this time, not a CNN pop up that they just haven't gotten rid of because they have worse audio mixing than even I do sometimes. But I sometimes get post grunge and new metal confused. And so I eventually had to learn the difference between those two genres of music. But basically, every other genre of music, I'm not particularly very familiar with. I'm not a big music person in that sense. Like I just listen to what I like, which is mostly stuff that I can work out to. And anything else is like not really a big deal for me. New metal is Corn. Yeah, like new metal is bands like Corn. Gosh, like I just want to start like naming bands, but like it's stuff like that. Papa Roach is like new metal. Maybe like Limp Bizkit too. But yeah, post grunge is Creed and bands that sound like Creed. And so like if you've ever thought a band sounds like Creed, it's probably post grunge. Butt rock. I don't think it's butt rock. I don't think that appropriately captures like the genre. Like it really is just guys who look like they are in a biker gang but solely sing about Christ or sing sad songs about Christ or women who have left them. That is the entire genre. Like if you've ever watched one of those TikTok videos where a trucker or guy with a beard is going over his divorce and he like dramatically throws his like fucking wedding ring or wedding band at the camera, and there's like a song playing in the background, that song is likely, well, it's probably a 40% chance it's Theory of a Dead Man, but it's likely a post grunge song. Like Stained, someone said Hinder. Stained, Theory of a Nickel Fault. You know what else I like? Hoobastank. That's not a post grunge or new metal band, but I really enjoy Hoobastank. Hoobastank is great. Alien Ant Farm is great. You guys, it's like movies. Are they having like a football game outside? I'm hearing like someone blow a whistle. Like Hoobastank is great. What else is great? Tim reminds me of Hoobastank. If Tim was like Hoobastank, I would like his music. That's how you know it's bad, right? Because like my taste in stuff like this is actually pretty lowbrow, and I'm like, I don't know, man. Three Doors Down. Yeah, Three Doors Down kind of whips ass. They sing Kryptonite, right? Is that Three Doors Down? Yeah, Kryptonite. Movies is great. Movies is a great song. Oh, you know what else is great? Fuel. You guys like Fuel? You guys like Hemorrhage? or like fucking what is their big one? Damn. It's Hemorrhage, obviously, in my head, open parentheses, close parentheses. But what's the other one by Fuel? The one about like it being like stars or some shit. Oh my god. I can't believe I'm blanking on this. It's like actually their more popular song for some people. But yeah, that song whips ass too. System of a Down. I mean, you can't really compare System of a Down to these other bands because System of a Down is actually pretty good. Like, I mean, maybe that's just me sounding like kind of rude, but like System of a Down is like a really good band that has like a really like Shimmer. That's it. Like I don't want to say that these bands aren't good because I really enjoy them, but I feel like System of a Down is widely recognized as like a really good band by a lot of different people. And like if I talked about something like Three Doors Down, people might disagree. Just because I like something doesn't mean that I could become like delusional about it. Like, yeah, like Serj Tankian, like, come on. Like, yeah, like, oh yeah, great bands like Hoobastank and System of a Down. People would like look, people would think I was like crazy. People would think I was crazy. Could you could you imagine? Uh yeah, Tool, Stained. I don't know. People feel very strongly about Tool. I don't feel very strongly about Tool. So, although I will say, I think Tool is is very polarizing amongst people. What is Tim Pool's band name? Timcast. Ooh. Yeah, people either like really love Tool or they really don't like Tool. That's not really true. Or like Tool is kind of just like whatever. Divorce rock is appropriate. That's a good name for post grunge. But sometimes it's also about Christ. That's what that part you can't get lost on. Like sometimes it's also about Christ. Okay, okay. Yeah, Tool is fine. The fans, on the other hand, that's totally that's totally like any, I guess, real wide fan base. ICP. I've only ever heard a few Insane Clown Posse songs. Have you ever listened to Cottonmouth Kings? Cottonmouth Kings has a few bangers. Like I wouldn't go out of my way to listen to Cottonmouth Kings, but like if a song from Cottonmouth Kings fucking comes on, I wouldn't necessarily turn it off if it was one of their good songs. Oh, you know what was in? I meant to say because I didn't talk much about Camp Miasma, although I really enjoyed it. But I don't want to get too much into it because like it was definitely in my freak zone. But they played Long December from Counting Crows. I love that song. I do like Counting Crows. And so I I think that was in the movie. I'm pretty sure because I remember like while I was just like singing along with like Counting Crows, I was like, oh shit, I love Long December. Mr. Jones and Me. What's their other big one? I like whatever genre the Fray is. Oh, I remember the Fray. I had the Fray's like CD. The Fray's CD is one of the only CDs that I've ever gotten, and it's because my high school girlfriend got it for me as a joke. Oh man, what a great joke gift. I mean, I like the Fray. I mean, the Fray is another one of those bands where people are like, this band sucks. Though I'm gonna warn you right now. The Fray is another one of those bands where like the people are like that band fucking sucks. I think it's fine though. Not one of my favorite bands, but I haven't listened to the Fray in a long time. I bet I still know the words to a bunch of their songs. You guys like The Killers? Mr. Brightside was on somewhere that I was at. Mr. Brightside is like a very popular song and a lot of people know it. I must have been when I was in London because they love Mr. Brightside in London. Well, everywhere really. It's not one of my favorite songs by theirs. I do like what? I mean, Dancer, obviously. Oh, you know what else is a great band? The Arctic Monkeys. I haven't listened to the Arctic Monkeys in a while. Aren't they part of like the what third British or like fifth British invasion? But I do enjoy the Arctic Monkeys. They keep making music. The Fray. I think the Killers broke up, right? Or I should say, Brandon Flowers left the Killers at some point. Yeah, Modest Mouse is good. See, this is a great conversation because no one feels like pressure to like overhype some stupid shit that they don't really like to be like, oh no, I only listen to like Dostoevsky or something. No, that's like that's a writer, obviously. You know what I mean? We can have like a real conversation about like music. Like, oh yeah, you guys like the Kinks and the Kooks as opposed to like everyone trying to one up themselves with some like crazy like good band that no one has heard of. I was never a big fan of U2 though, but like I do enjoy some Coldplay albums. But to be fair, my favorite Coldplay albums are when Coldplay is pretending to be a different band. Like that one album where they're pretending to be Radiohead. That one's pretty good. Like The Scientist. Yellow Card. Yeah, I like the one album where they're pretending to be Radiohead. The one album where they're pretending to be U2 is actually better than most U2 albums in my opinion. But yeah, I heard Viva La Vida the other day. And I was like, "Oh shit." The Kooks and the Kinks. Two separate bands. I wonder if Jack White has had to sue the Trump administration recently over like the use of Seven Nation Army, because remember when they wouldn't stop using that? Remember when they wouldn't stop using it? The Mars Volta. I've listened to them. Not recently. I did listen to the Hot Hot Heat recently because of the reference I made to it the other day. That, and I was listening to Y Control by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. I almost called them the Maps, but that's like Trump's band. All right, what should we start with? Something fun. Fun is always relative on this show. I recognize that fun is always relative on this show. I did also pull up this. I'll just open up my browser for you to see it, even though we're not going to talk about it quite like immediately. I was looking for some articles about Gary, Indiana's power situation. I didn't find anything that was like out of step with the videos that we have about it, which also contain interviews. And so I just didn't even bother picking any of them. But the page for the utility company came up. And I just wanted to highlight their ratings here for a second, their ratings and reviews, because this is exactly what I was saying when I was talking to you about like the fallacy of these utility monopolies and like what it ultimately means when it comes to like essentially customer satisfaction, right? And by fallacy, I mean the idea that they should have a monopoly because it makes them more efficient and like lowest cost and like, better service or shit like that. And just like the practical realities of it, and that it needs to be, at this point, it needs to be a government handled thing if it deserves a monopoly, because this is what it looks like when you have a monopoly basically in any industry. And of course, Google reviews are going to just be one place in which they have a bunch of bad reviews. But this is what it looks like when you have a monopoly or like any kind of oligopoly in any industry. We could go to the airlines and look at stuff like this too, but you might even think to yourself that these reviews are bad because of like the most recent events. But no, I checked. A lot of these are just from like months ago because they've had this problem for like, they've had this problem before. See, look. 3 months ago, do not move to Gary. Warning. This utility company NIPSCO, which some call PIMSCO, warning. They charge card note prices. I never knew I could afford a freaking card note until NIPSCO. In all the cities I've lived in, this utility company is the worst. They guess, estimate. Some will say actual usage, and some will say estimated usage. I want my money. I put down a $450 deposit that they said could never be used towards a bill, but yet they so-called used it in the first year. Yeah, see, 2 months ago, the worst money hungry company I've ever had. These are not even the ones I saw before, because they randomize when you close out, and I reopened this tab. But this is what it is for any utility company, basically, where it has monopoly, any airline company where there's just like limited options for like, customers. It doesn't end with there being any kind of real customer satisfaction or even lower prices. It just ends with like a race to the bottom when it comes to service, because like at this point, the government just needs to either step in and have a separate option, right? A government funded option. And then the private market can do what it wants to do. If it means that it's only sustainable for there to be one company that also tries to provide something, that's fine. But they're going to have to compete with a basic level of service as established by whatever the government option is offering, at whatever price the government option is offering, or for it to just be totally nationalized. You could say that's the difference between essentially, the far left and the DSA left. The DSA would say there needs to be a government option here, probably, and the far left would say that it needs to be nationalized. But certainly what's going on right now is just unacceptable. And we're seeing that come to a head when it comes to this particular storm over the past few weeks. But we can go through some of these. David Mitchell, I didn't realize he ever lived in Gary, Indiana. Excuse me if I sound like I'm oversimplifying things, but you know what I mean. Like the range of acceptable options when it comes to something like this is represented by the 2 points, in my opinion. The 2 points: the government creates a legitimate alternative that, by nature of it existing in the market as an option, raises the bar for service and like the expectations of customers, because otherwise the government will be the only option, because every other company will just go out of business. Or there should be no private market option, and it should be entirely run by the government, because the private market has shown that it's unable to provide the level of service and customer support that we demand that a company provides for our citizens. But the version where they have a monopoly and there's no other choice is just not an acceptable version, especially with the level of like regulations that are actually put on them, which is essentially none, because America. So I'm sure there are some, but you know what I mean? Like, not enough. That's number Wang. If I could put 0 stars, I would. How in the world are we paying this kind of price with this kind of service? My power has been out over 24 hours 3 times in a 1.5 year span. The infrastructure is pathetic. There are developing countries with more reliable power. David Mitchell 5 months ago. None of these are from recently, because they haven't had power to leave reviews. They're in the middle of a crisis. You guys are the reason people in Indiana can't live better. I am only giving 1 star because I can't give 0. And if anything, that has driven up their score. And it doesn't seem like it should, but it would, right? Because everyone here is saying, I would rate it 0. And the actual value they've been given is literally 1.9. So you kind of have to do a little bit of like a guesstimation there. But if 0 is not an option and a bunch of people are giving it 1 because they would give it 0, but they have to give it 1 to leave a review, then at best, this could only really be actually like 1.2 stars. And every other 1 option is just like someone who has to leave a 1 to give any kind of review, or a 0. Called 4 times about my Dusk Till Dawn light being out. It's been about 2 months, but everyone in my area is busy, but the guys sleep across the street isn't. Crazy stuff. Always losing power for no reason at all. They're out there now changing a pole in the alley. They have my power line laying on my garage, which is alley access, and my dog was out there while they literally lifted a huge bag of rocks over the fence while he was standing under a bush. I have to leave and I can't because my car is in the garage, which is alley access, and the pole they're changing is directly behind it. I got no notification letter in the mail, no call, no knock on the door, horrible customer service, and what I called to complain 3 times I told him it was because I was not notified, and 3 times asked about dangers. Crazy stuff. But yeah, this is what it looks like when the government has no control over or no interest in providing any kind of control over private industry when it comes to necessary infrastructure. This is utilities, this is power. I apologize for that little diversion, but This is what qualitative research looks like. That's why I get paid the big bucks. But no offense, you don't need me to tell you people fucking hate their utility monopolies. If you want to pay me to tell you that, go ahead. It's easy money. They hate you. The real question they have is like, how much do they hate us before that they just literally leave? And the answer is like, mostly people can't leave, so I guess they're just stuck. Montana ranchers, no. Ooh, let's do another flock police story. So another day, another pig getting arrested for misusing flock cameras. This time it's in Shively. Some of you live out there probably. You'll tell me. Hakeem Jeffries. Did you see on Fox News they're going after Hakeem Jeffries? It's like so embarrassing. Like, who cares? No one even likes Hakeem Jeffries. Where's this? WDRB plus The Wave. Shively. I'm going to call out where this is. I guess I don't know off the top of my head. We're going to find out. I bet it's like Indiana or something. This guy looks like he's in Indiana.
A Shively police officer now faces charges for misusing flock cameras.
As WDRB's Raina Katko tells us, investigators say this Shively police officer searched for his ex-wife's license plate thousands of times.
Oh, he got it bad.
Says Officer Assad Zahir started misusing these flock cameras in January. They claim he searched for the mother of his child's cars 2,048 times.
That's disgusting.
It was a gut punch for me. Personally.
Tracking a woman's movements across Kentucky and Indiana. That's what this Shively...
Got it. Oh, I'm the world's best social scientist. Indiana, rise up. No, Kentucky and Indiana, baby. Kentucky and Indiana. I don't know where this person is. I don't know where Shively is, but he looked like he was in Indiana to me. Nice stuff. Nice stuff. God, 2,000 plus times. I guess I don't know. I just don't like women that much, I suppose. I just could never. You hear something like this and I guess I don't like women, because ultimately it's just like, I could never. I would probably just jack off normal. I just would, probably from Louisville.
Tracking a woman's movements across Kentucky and Indiana. That's what this Shively officer, Assad Zahir, is accused of. But police say she is not a suspect in any investigations.
I mean, and that could have been anybody that he chose to go after.
The department has not determined which flock cameras Zahir accessed and if any were outside the state. But Chief Andre Bottoms says a new AI auditing tool came out on Monday and notified them of Zahir's searches. His coworkers arrested him within 24 hours.
There are actual uses that the police can get out of it, and other agencies, as far as I understand. But when they do things like that, it just makes you wonder why they're even there anymore.
This is what
I just feel like it's laziness too, right? I feel like what's really happened here is that it's lowered the bar for stalking for some of these cops, because there's been a ton of other tools that they could use. And so it's like the Grok CSAM bot thing, right? Or like the undressing people thing on Grok. There are a lot of guys who maybe would have created fake nudes of women in the past, but the bar for entry of actually photoshopping it was just too high. Like they just wouldn't have ever put in the work to actually do it. But when there's a tool that makes it a lot easier, it just really they give into the temptation a lot quicker, right? Which is not to say that it's forcing them to do it. It just really reveals how for a lot of people, it was just like an effort issue and never like an actual, mentality issue. Because my first thought would be, wouldn't it be better just to like go out there and air tag her car or something? Then you'll know where she is all the time. You don't even have to wait for her to pass by a flock camera. But of course, in this case, it's just easy. It makes it easier, because I'm like, just put an air tag on her car, brother. Just put like an air tag. You'll know where she is all the time. But that would have been too much work. Pigs are lazy. They don't want to get out there.
Things like that, it just makes you wonder why they're even there anymore.
This is what accountability looks like.
cops?
Zahir joined the department in 2022. He faces 5 counts of official misconduct and 5 counts of unlawful access to a computer. The department now revises its flock camera policies.
One of the changes that we made instantly were now you have to associate any search with a case number.
Shively police started using Flock 4 years ago. Before this week, officer searches were audited every 90 days. Now the AI system audits the entire department daily.
The flock camera works. When it's used properly, it works.
Bottoms says Flock is a powerful tool that has helped his officers solve homicides.
So
he plans to
crazy.
keep using the cameras with more supervision and transparency.
Much more oversight is probably the best thing.
I want the citizens know that they can trust our officers and that we are going to hold our officers accountable for their bad decisions.
Zahir's arraignment is set for Friday. He's suspended without pay pending the criminal and internal investigations. Raina Cat.
Crazy. It now has to be audited daily because they do it so much. Yikes. And then it's going to be like a race, what's it called, like an arms race between like pigs and the tools meant to like rein in their misuse of flock. Like how you can't really stop people from accessing stuff on a computer if they're dedicated enough, because ultimately they'll just be like trying to get around it too much. Like you can only hope to get people at the lowest levels. Like I said, raise the bar of effort to the point where most people just don't want to put in the effort. But I just feel like it's going to just constantly be an arms race between like these cops and this like AI tool to get around the fact that they want to stalk their ex-wife. They'll put in fake suspect lists. Exactly right. Who watches The Watchmen? Nobody. Yeah, she committed the crime. She committed the crime of breaking my heart, brother. Oof. Wait, what? Trump shares list of grievances against GOP. Oh my gosh, is it Festivus already? This is new. Do you want to hear what his grievances are? I'm curious.
The midterms are now less than 3 months away, and there are some new signs that President Trump might be in panic mode as voter anger intensifies. There's new polling that shows that the president is underwater on a number of key issues, for example, prices and inflation, the economy. He's even losing steam on immigration and border security, which are typically signature pieces of his agenda. But Trump says that this is not his fault.
I inherited a mess in so many ways. The border, which I solved very quickly. I inherited so many different problems. And this was a bad administration. This was an incompetent administration. But I inherited high prices. And then from the first day, they started using the word affordability. They looked at me, affordability. It was a new word. Nobody ever heard the word.
Affordability. I love when he says affordability. No one ever heard the word. Man, he is so gone now. Do you hear how gone he is? It's so strange how they treat him like he's normal. Do you guys ever feel alienated by that? I don't feel alienated by stuff like that because I have a very strong sense of self. But do you guys ever feel alienated by how like normal, even like liberal news treats Trump sometimes? Do you ever feel like alienated by that? Do you feel like it makes you not trust the way that, he's being covered? Yes. You know why that is, right? Because even though he's like clearly really bad, he's still the representative of America and of course the government and the presidency, and they don't want to fully delegitimize those things in the minds of the people to the point at which they demand change to prevent stuff like this from happening again, both the people at home and abroad. But I mean, I think it's really hard to like not notice. It's like crazy hard to not notice. With the Joe Biden thing, remember, they just cloistered him. And if you used to ask like, where is Joe Biden? They would treat you like you were crazy, right? Because I used to ask like, where's Joe Biden? How come Joe Biden's nowhere? How come you never hear from Joe Biden? And people would go like, what do you mean? He just waved at the crowd a few days ago while walking all stiffly into like that White House. Like, what's going on? Like, what are you talking about? He was just walking out to the Dropkick Murphys. I'm like, no, but he never does really interviews or anything or calls into any place like this. But Trump does. And while he is more cognitively there, which is why he does call into places, he's still just very clearly very far gone. But like, you noticed less with Joe Biden because they hid him the entire time. And if you ask, they just told you were wrong. And so I'm just saying, to me, I would imagine that this is very alienating to people who like can hear them like question like why Trump is like this without coming to the clear conclusion that he's like, completely just, brain dead essentially for the purposes of the job.
It looked at me, affordability. It was a new word. Nobody ever heard the word.
And it's not just his predecessor. The president is once again throwing shade at the very party that he leads. Today, Trump shared a rant against Republicans from a conservative influencer who wrote, "I don't think the Republicans, the GOP, fully grasp how badly they're effing up right now." It continues with a warning that the party might be sleepwalking toward a midterm reckoning. But Trump might have just found a winning solution to this, and that is to turn the spotlight right back on himself. Because just a minute later, he reposted a list of things that he considers to be his biggest accomplishments. Caroline, the Atlantic is reporting that Trump's advisors told him that the poor polling reflects the fact that the voting public still doesn't know many of his accomplishments. So he suggested that the ad makers mine his own on-camera statements as building blocks, and he says, go look at the clips to make the ads. Is that the right strategy here?
Well, the White House definitely needs to get new talking points. When the answer to everything is Iran can't have a nuclear weapon and short-term pain for long-term gain, people aren't believing the talking points anymore. So you're going to have to get new material. But then second to that, the administration does need to do a better job of getting the accomplishments out there. And there are many. There's Trump accounts. There's record low fentanyl deaths. There's been 0 border crossings the last 15 months. Under Biden, it was 5,000 a day in the El Paso sector. They have to know that they're up against a biased media. I mean, respectfully, this network covered Natalie Harp all last week. I didn't hear any word about the young mother in Virginia who was killed by an illegal immigrant from El.
Honestly, Caroline Sunshine has really upped her game. I feel like the last time we saw her, she was like laughing with Jesse Waters about how like Graham Plattner got Me Too'd or something and that was bad. But this time she comes across as pretty coherent. And the time we saw her before that, she was on that debate panel with Adam and Dave Smith, I think. So she didn't really get a chance to say anything. But like, yeah, she's really upped her game since the last time we saw her. I apologize for CNN's audio. I don't know how they can get away with having that pop so loud every time, but it definitely is not me. Maybe she's applying for the new press secretary job because Trump needs a new press secretary, and Scott Jennings is like, not a woman who is blonde, and so maybe she's going for that.
El Salvador, thank you for having me on so that I can tell people about that, but the admin has to realize, yes, they're up against a biased media, so use the other tools at your disposal that we used very successfully in 2024. Go talk to the podcast audience, use social media. I'm a big believer that
frankly, I'm inclined to agree with her. The Natalie Harp story is basically irrelevant. Like, so what that the brain dead president has some kind of like possible sex cult nursemaid. The more important part is that he's brain dead, right? I think that's just a way for people to flirt with the truth of the situation without really being like forced to come to grasp the actual truth, like try to scandalize the truth. It's like, yeah, like, what do you think it means, CNN host, that he has this like random lady who changes his diaper and runs behind his golf cart? I think I'm more concerned with the the realities of his cognitive state and how it relates to that. Like the scandalous nature of it, I mean, who cares?
if you don't go talk to people, they will assume the worst about you. It's why I appreciate coming on here. And when we were talking to people, we were going up in the polls.
What about the things that he's actually doing? Because there are also things he's still doing right now.
There's a lot of Republicans on this panel. There's Geraldo, and there's that like Kendall who they have on sometimes. I don't know this guy. Who's this guy? It doesn't matter. Nice sharp lineup. Makes me look like shit. Anyway, yeah, I got enough of that. Mostly just wanted to hear what his grievances are, but it seems like his grievances are that they're not nice enough to him and he's losing his mind. She's waiting on that Paramount merger. All right. Is that the sexy nursemaid has so much access? Well, of course she would. She has to change his diaper. She can't be out of the room. Who else is going to do it? They're desperate for her to be in that room. They're desperate for her to be in that room to change his diaper because they don't want to do it. The real question is, why is Pete Hegseth's wife in all of these interviews? No, but she's on his phone. Like, yeah, because he's illiterate. What? Like, she's making the text and stuff. Like, he can't tweet, so of course she's on his phone. Who do you think sent that whole tweet about that? Like, it had to be her or like Stephen Miller or something. Like, it's just the reality of it. Like his brain doesn't work anymore. He can't tweet. So you can have fun with it, yeah. Okay. What else should we do? I guess we could jump right into the weather stuff, especially since we talked about Indiana up top. Sure, why don't we check in with Indiana and maybe a few of these other states? Yeah, let's just do a bit of an overview about like where it stands when it comes to the like power overall, which appears to be mostly that it is on, except for in some instances, which is not great.
All right, on our map now to North.
Is someone on a date trying to like ear hustle the stream while like half being on the date? You should definitely pay attention to the date instead, brother. And/or sister, if you want to. If you're bored, I can tell you what to do.
Where power has been restored for 99% of customers affected by this month's devastating storms. CBS News Chicago's Darius Johnson is in Gary, where some families went nearly 2 weeks in the dark.
And those questions about what took so long for the lights to come on will continue, even though majority of the people here in Northwest Indiana now have power. However, there is still 1% of customers without power at this time. But NIPSCO says as it continues to close in on full restoration that is expected to happen soon, you have state and local leaders who are asking the question as to why it took so long and what went wrong, especially as this cleanup continues. Now, NIPSCO says power has now been restored to 99% of its customers who were impacted by those severe storms that swept through this area on August 11th, even the storms that came in the days after. At the height of those outages, hundreds of thousands of customers across Northwest Indiana were in the dark. Some families in Gary went nearly 2 weeks without power. Now, as the last remaining outages are addressed, attention is also turning to cleanup efforts across the city. There are still downed trees and storm debris piled up in parts of Gary, mostly at curbs, and state officials say debris removal is the primary step when it comes to recovery.
Utilities never take this long to restore service after a major storm, so it's quite unprecedented and concerning to see the lack of initiative by NIPSCO.
Now, after those power outages, Indiana Governor Mike Braun is now speaking out, calling for an investigation into NIPSCO's handling of those outages. The mayor here in Gary also wanting answers as well. That investigation, could take between 6 months to a year. And the primary goal is for these state and local officials is to figure out exactly what went wrong and what needs to be done to ensure that the grid isn't wiped out the way that it was nearly 2 weeks ago if Gary experiences another storm with 99-mile-per-hour winds. We're live outside Gary City Hall this morning. I'm Darius Johnson.
I have a feeling that we're going to be hearing about this in the future if Gary, Indiana ever experiences another storm with 90-mile-plus-per-hour winds. Even less than that, probably over 60. Would it surprise you if I told you that some people are accusing NIPSCO of trying to raise their rates, though? Would that surprise you? Next year, no, they're expecting another storm in a few weeks. Last I checked, the weather might have changed, but Portage residents face expensive cost and power issues. NIPSCO says rate hike request inaccurate. So this is from what? Yesterday as well? 9 hours ago. Shocking.
Power outages continue in Northwest Indiana tonight. Although some customers have had their electricity restored, not all of the lights are on. WGN's Dana Rebick is live tonight. And Dana, I know you met a man who had a heck of a time getting his power on, and he had to pay for it.
Yes, a lot of people have been out of pocket for thousands of dollars, Micah. We're here tonight in Gary. We moved to this area because we were told that Gary Middle School behind me had its power back on, that it went back out today. We do see some lights on in the front of the building here. We're not sure if that is running by generator, but we have been told that students here will have to move to a different building for the rest of this week.
It was devastating. It was very devastating.
Many residents of Gary just getting power back on after more than 2 weeks. But Wednesday, classes were disrupted at Gary Middle School after the power went out again.
It's out again. The power is out again. Why? I don't know. But it is most definitely out again. It was very frustrating for them. They was excited to go to school, then we back out of school.
Students will instead go to the Gary Area Career Center on Thursday and Friday. The storm on August 11th having a huge impact on this area.
I want to say within the last 15 days, I done been out about $25,000 to $3,000. I done been out. I had to buy a generator. I had to buy gas.
I've got over $10,000 in cleanup out of pocket so far. I had trees on the house, trees overhanging the house, branches, a tree that looks like it was struck by lightning, a tree in my pool.
Jason Clement of Portage also had to pay an electrician almost $3,000 to fix his meter box after 2 unsuccessful attempts by NIPSCO contractors to reconnect his power. He also lost hundreds of dollars in spoiled food.
What hurts me the most, my grandmother passed away. I had banana bread, corn, things she had canned and frozen that I had gotten right before she passed, and I took some things from her freezer when I left. Those little things at home
that's really
that she's not
heartbreaking.
here. That's gone. This is actually the first promising thing I've seen in days.
Clement just got his power back on as he and other NIPSCO customers pass along their frustrations.
If they would have maintained the lines like they were supposed to years and years and years ago, maybe this wouldn't have happened, or at least it wouldn't have been this bad.
They should have had it on point. We should have never had to go 15 days. I just don't know. That was way too long.
And another common complaint that we have heard, even tonight while we've been here in Gary, people coming by, they say that although NIPSCO's website reports that their power is back on, they tell us, in fact, it's not. This is the Miller Beach neighborhood, and many people here say they still are without electricity tonight. We checked the last numbers, 284 customers in Northwest Indiana, no electricity tonight. 120 of those are here in Gary. Micah, back to you.
All right, Dana, terrible situation out there.
Of course, we'll just report that the power is back on, and it won't be. I thought they didn't address the rate hike. Excuse me. Let me pull it up myself. All these clickbait titles. There we go. Yes. So NIPSCO is from Chicago Sun-Times. NIPSCO files for cost adjustments leading to potential bill increases after storm ravaged Northwest Indiana. NIPSCO filed a cost adjustment application on August 11th, the day of the storms, and 2 more on August 14th and August 20th, respectively, with the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. So literally as the power was off. This has been off for 2 weeks. Together, the totals would amount to a nearly $88 annual increase, or $7.33 a month per customer, and at least partially go into effect as soon as November 1st if approved by state regulators, according to documents filed with the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. In a statement to the Sun-Times Tuesday, NIPSCO said it was routine for it to file the request to cover costs for fuel, regional transmission organization, and resource adequacy and reliability. According to filings with the state, its adjustment for fuel costs asked to remain in place until replaced by a different fuel cost adjustment that is approved in a subsequent filing. In Indiana, utilities can adjust rates biannually or quarterly for certain types of costs. But advocates say the company is out of line, as 2 weeks after the area was stricken with flooding and 99 miles per hour winds, about 100 customers still remained without power Tuesday evening. The total was down from more than 9,300 on Monday. Initially, nearly 60% of its 500,000 customers were without electricity, as 335 damaged poles needed to be repaired or replaced, and 27 substations required work. Ben Inskeep, program director for Indiana Utility Watchdog Citizens Action Coalition, said while these filings are routine, the company has avenues to mitigate these costs in the process. He says they haven't. When costs are more than they budgeted for, they can push the cost onto consumers, Inskeep said. It's something that utilities lobbied for years ago to reduce their shareholder risk. We've already seen these rates increases. So anything on top of that is adding to a really dire affordability crisis. The requests come after a rate hike last year that saw average NIPSCO bill increase 16.75% in July 2025, or nearly $280 a year, which followed an increase in 2024. The Indiana Utility Regulation Agency's annual bill survey shows that in 2026, the average NIPSCO customer currently pays more than any other Indiana energy customer across all levels of use. A recent class action lawsuit representing several Northwest Indiana residents who were affected during the storm also alleges the utility didn't protect its power lines from hazardous trees and other vegetation near power lines despite customer complaints. Indiana Governor Mike Braun also called for an investigation into the utility company Monday to determine whether NIPSCO did what it promised ratepayers and regulators it would do with the money it was given. I mean, shouldn't you have been verifying that? Like, I guess it was all taken on faith until it turned out bad, right? That's the government. He directed the Indiana Utility Consumer Counselor to file a complaint against NIPSCO with the very agency set to hear its case for increasing bills again. NIPSCO is a monopoly utility that Hoosiers pay every month with the expectation that it will use its considerable resources to maintain its system, prepare for severe weather, and restore service as quickly as possible when disaster strikes. Braun said in a statement Sunday, NIPSCO has failed to keep its end of the bargain. Oh, you give a company a monopoly and they fail to keep their end of the bargain. Who could have imagined that? Okay. The requests have yet to be ruled on by Indiana's utility board, and utility companies in Illinois have faced pushback for seeking to increase rates. Earlier this year, Peoples Gas proposed a $202 million rate hike, which would bump gas bills by an average of $130 per year, but the Illinois Attorney General's office suggested a $4.1 million decrease instead, listing at least $97.2 million in unsupported and unexplained cost increases for the company's pipe retirement program, among other unsubstantiated charges. Inskeep said the NIPSCO filings are emblematic of a need for legislative change. I think what this illustrates is we need policy change at the state level, Inskeep said. NIPSCO are following the process they've been doing for years, and it comes at this really terrible time. The General Assembly needs to change the law that has enabled companies to establish these methods to recoup money for shareholders at the expense of ratepayers. It seems crazy that there was ever a law that allowed them to do that in the first place, right? I think that if you want to be a monopoly in a particular industry, you should have to take certain things on the chin. And so the idea that you can offload whatever costs you want to ratepayers so that shareholders never lose anything is, seemingly just like counterintuitive to me if you're going to grant somebody like the ability to be a monopoly. But I'm sure they would say like, well, no one would want to do it if not. It's like, that's why the government would have to do it, right? Obviously. Heads I win, tails I win. Like, yeah, I'm going to get in this really, really like, I guess, non-profitable business, but don't worry, you'll pay for me to be profitable. Take it on the chin. We call those essential workers. What a crazy time we live in. Sure. Let's turn over to the situation in Nepal. So yesterday when we were starting the stream, they were just starting essentially to come to terms with the scope of the damage, just given how bad the flooding was in Nepal as a result of that glacier collapsing. And so as it stands now, the death toll has, I think, risen substantially to about 168, but there are still thousands missing. So let's just start with this video about it. Crazy stuff, though.
An elderly woman carried from the mud, which buried entire villages. The wall of water and debris came without warning, and as the desperate search goes on, dramatic stories of survival are starting to emerge.
I was at the terrace, and the flood hit the top floor as well. It only subsided after an hour or so. My wife was already buried in the mudslide while we stayed on the terrace for safety. After 4 or 5 hours, I was rescued by a helicopter.
This is the moment a torrent of water and rock rushed down the Trishuli River. Eyewitnesses estimate the wall of water was at least 10 metres high. CCTV capturing it hitting this border checkpoint between Nepal and Tibet. Satellite images of villages from before and after the flood show the scale of destruction on the landscape. Family members of the missing are gathering at hospitals in Kathmandu, hoping for news.
My family member has been missing since yesterday. I could not find his name on the missing persons list. Another family member is also still missing.
These mountainous areas are popular with international visitors. Hundreds of foreigners are among the missing.
Given the extremely difficult terrain of Nepal and those districts which are affected are very difficult to reach, inaccessible. We have heard that it's raining in the area and the communication lines have been cut off.
The Nepali and Chinese governments have both deployed emergency resources to the hardest hit areas. They'll soon be supported by international teams, including the South Koreans, who are sending response units to help with the aftermath.
We will do our utmost to ensure the swift and safe search and rescue of our nationals in Nepal.
But with heavy rain expected over the coming days and the challenges of deploying heavy equipment on narrow mountain roads, the search and rescue operation will be a long and difficult one. Kaylee Callahan, Al Jazeera.
Yeah, I mean, like they said, there are a ton of people from other countries still missing. I mean, so the international community will actually care in some instance. I mean, more than they would normally. Because when you have like American tourists missing, you get all of those headlines that are like, American tourists amongst those missing in blank natural disaster. But yeah, like the videos of the huge waves of water are like absolutely absurd. It's like the craziest stuff. I think I have another video about the South Korean rescue team coming. Do I? Is it? Or at least about the international angle of it. Even she responded.
This morning, haunting images of people running for their lives as a deadly torrent of water and earth tore through this valley in Nepal along the Tibet border. The roar of debris drowning out screams of horror. Entire villages swept away. Areas where homes and businesses once stood are now buried under mountains of mud and debris. Overnight, more than 160 people were confirmed dead. But hundreds are unaccounted for, including 47 Americans. Darren Jacklin is touring Nepal. He was at the now destroyed border crossing just hours earlier and is thankful to be alive.
I thought to myself, where would I have ran when I was there? You know, what's my exit points? And I'm thinking to myself, there's nowhere I could go. Like, you know, there's just mountains all around us.
An urgent search and rescue operation now underway to find people trapped or swept away. Crews rescuing people stuck in the mud. This helicopter perilously plucking a man to safety. This man saying he was on the terrace and the flood hit the top floor as well. It only subsided after an hour or so, he said.
The internet got swept there for a way. Got swept away there for a moment. I'll give it a chance to recover. Reload. Yeah, no, this is like top 3 nightmares for me. Like this and tsunamis, obviously. All right. Reprogram. Ugh. No, real crazy stuff.
After 4 to 5 hours, he said, I was rescued by a helicopter. The wall of water speeding down that mountain at more than 40 miles per hour. The energy equivalent to a 5.2 magnitude earthquake. Experts say it was triggered by a massive landslide hitting a glacier and melting tons of ice along the way.
When all this rock comes down, has a lot of energy, it warms up that ice, creates more waters.
Among the missing Americans, 22 people in a group from Tennessee taking part in a spiritual pilgrimage.
The phones have been, ringing off the hook. I was with one of the families earlier today to support them in any way that we can right now. It's been very shocking to us.
And we have just learned that the number of Americans missing has now risen to 65. The State Department is helping with the response effort.
Oh. Yeah. Send Kash Patel there. I'm sure he could help. Yeah, no, I mean, a ton of energy is released in incidents like this. So, I mean, like they said, 5.4 magnitude earthquake. I feel like that doesn't really represent it because it's just all water coming at you, where like in some ways an earthquake is distributed by the tectonic plates over large areas where it's like, it's like basically not the same thing. What's this one? Chef Red 313, thank you for the membership. 4 months in a row. Send good energy to my wife's family. Oh man, are they in Nepal right now? That's really harsh. Good energy. Best wishes. I don't know what really to say, but definitely my heart goes out to you and your wife at this time. Where is this is about the glacier collapsing. It really loves to anonymize all of my tabs. Oh, yeah, I wanted to cover this story too. Not quite yet, though, but this is a follow-up because we've been doing a lot of follow-ups to communities left behind in the aftermath of like terrible disasters in America. And this is actually something PBS posted recently about the residents in the aftermath of the Maui fires 3 years ago and how they're still struggling to rebuild their lives. So I think we'll definitely cover that after this particular topic. Let me just find, which one is this? Here's the story about the rescue teams.
South Korea's national response team bound for Nepal. The unit composed of police, emergency services and foreign ministry officials heading to the country to locate 9 South Korean nationals who are missing and a further 10 who are stranded after Wednesday's devastating floods.
We will do our utmost to ensure that search and rescue operations for our citizens in Nepal are carried out swiftly and safely.
Australia too dispatched personnel to help Nepal in the search. Its foreign minister said the country is working to locate 34 Australian nationals.
We are urgently seeking to confirm the welfare and whereabouts of Australians, and we will be in touch with their loved ones as soon as we have any confirmed information that we can share. We are coordinating with the Nepalese government, the UN, the Red Cross and other organisations on the humanitarian response.
Officials in Nepal say 517 foreign nationals are out of contact in the wake of Wednesday's flash floods on the border with Tibet. While the search continues, a French guide living in the country says he's trying to remain hopeful.
Everything was swept away. We've been going to hospitals as well to see if we can find people we know. We are trying to keep the faith.
On Thursday, Nepali authorities said they located nearly 100 missing Indian tourists and around 25 Chinese workers. New Delhi, meanwhile, has dispatched a second tranche of disaster relief supplies to Nepal, with rescue teams kept on standby.
Yeah, I mean, we'll keep on top of this story. I mean, I could keep showing you incredibly disastrous videos of the flood devastating the country, but that's not really educating in any real way. It's more just like scandalous and very frightening. So maybe we will just turn over to the PBS story about the Maui recovery. I will agree, it does sound, especially from that like South Korean press conference, that they're not really interested in rescuing anybody who's not a national of their country. But that's what I was saying before. Like when you have tourists there, it gets people very, very amped up in the country that they're from about like how this is a real problem and not just something that's happening to like a poor country somewhere that is always having natural disasters in their minds. Although now their countries are always having natural disasters too. But generally, I think you just see a little bit more media interest beyond the initial wave of like, oh my God, did you see this thing happening over there? Because like there are, stakes for people at home. But it does make you like kind of conjure up a image of them yelling into a well and going like, any Koreans down there? No Koreans? Okay. And then just like moving on. But yeah, let's hear about these Maui residents. And again, Chef Red, my heart goes out to you and your wife at these times. Crazy stuff. So the Maui fires were 3 years ago. We covered it a little bit from the standpoint of like space lasers and geoengineering, but we weren't streaming when it happened, so we didn't cover it, obviously, in that sense.
Just over 3 years ago, the deadliest U.S. wildfires in more than a century devastated the Hawaiian island of Maui. New research suggests the toll of the disaster may be far greater than the lives lost and property burned. Stephanie Tsai reports on a landmark study aiming to track how the wildfires have continued to affect survivors' health long after the flames are gone.
4 days a week, this Lahaina food bank opens its doors to survivors of the Maui wildfires.
The houses in front of us are burning already.
For many, like Mario Acosta, the memories of August 7th, 2023 are still fresh.
Can I take a ride from you? I'm sorry, take a ride.
A video taken by a stranded stranger he and his wife picked up as they were trying to escape the inferno captured that harrowing day.
When we saw the fire beside us, where we were waiting for the traffic to move on, my wife wants to jump to the ocean. No, I told my wife no. And then the traffic suddenly moved, and then we were able to get away a little bit from the burning buildings beside us.
The Acostas have lived in Lahaina for over a decade, working in hotels. The home they were renting for about $1,000 a month burned down, and they can now only afford a single room without a kitchen.
What have been your biggest struggles since the fire?
All the expenses and things like that, because it went up, all the prices went up too.
How are you doing, like, with your mental health at this point?
It's really hard because it's really was terrifying.
The memories of the ferocious wildfire are still raw for so many survivors, and many are still struggling with things that were hard before the wildfires, namely the cost of living on this beautiful island, which has only escalated in the last 3 years.
People in the lower income brackets who are often the people who were workers in Lahaina, serving tourists, are definitely the ones who we are seeing right now and are the most affected.
The University of Hawaii's Ruben Juarez and Alika Mauna Kea are conducting a study on the lasting impact of the disaster on survivors' physical and mental health. The Wildfire Exposure Study, known as Maui West, is one of the biggest and most diverse studies of its kind in the country's history. It shows recovery has been uneven.
It's housing security, food and income security, social support, and access to care. Those individuals who have these 4 traits are significantly better off than those who don't.
Beginning 6 months after the fires, they started health screenings for more than 2,000 participants, including mental health assessments and lung and cardiovascular tests.
I cough every day, and I'm not a cougher. And it depends on what kind of day it is. If it's windy and dry, I don't even want to be out here, but I am breathing it in.
Initially, more than 40% of survivors, like Maui resident Nancy Garnett, reported experiencing respiratory issues weekly. Now, 3 years after the fires, 1 in 5 adults continue to have below expected lung function. Those participating in the study are also tested for exposure to heavy metals like arsenic and lead, which can be released in urban fires and may pose health risks. It's a concern expressed by many in Lahaina.
It took me about, I would say, maybe 3-4 weeks to go through the rubble.
Native Hawaiian historian Keeaumoku Kapu ran a cultural center which was destroyed in the fires. For weeks, he searched through the site to salvage precious objects and artifacts.
Not knowing at the time that, you get toxins you got to worry about, you get asbestos, you get...
Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that, is another reason, that you need to have a kind of mitigation team come in there, because you definitely expose yourself to that kind of thing. The same with moving into places after a bunch of flooding. There has to be mitigation of a lot of the toxins released from the fire, a lot of the materials like asbestos, etc. Or in the case of flooding, mold and other kinds of organic growth can be happening in the walls out of sight. But it just takes money, right? This study sounds really interesting because I bet it applies broadly to basically all of the natural and unnatural disasters that the United States has experienced in recent memory, right? That there's an uneven recovery. If you weren't doing well before the fire, you likely are not doing well now. If you are doing even passively able to, if you are even passively able to sustain your lifestyle, and if you were doing kind of well before, hey, you might have experienced a real significant decline in your standard of living and in your health as a result of this particular incident that you've never been able to recover from. It does make you wonder, has there ever been a full recovery from any of the natural disasters of a sufficient size in the past 25 years? Do you think has there ever been a comprehensive recovery that has not left large swaths of the people affected behind? Because ultimately, in situations like natural disasters and what we saw in East Palestine, there is always going to be abundance of poor people hurt by the initial thing because of the way in which we have already segregated our society. So when Hurricane Katrina, for example, the levees that broke were already in the poorest neighborhoods, right? Because of environmental racism and the way in which we kind of shunt pollution onto poor people. And so it's already going to over index for poor people affected, because if it didn't, it wouldn't have happened that way to begin with. And so it seems as though there's just a complete history of uneven but basically incomplete recovery that has impacted our entire society essentially, right? And that it's only now that people are starting to fully experience just how devastating it is, or really how incomplete our recovery actually is, because these kinds of incidents are happening all over the place now, all the time. They're just always happening. It's Palestine. Sorry, I get it wrong. If I got it wrong there, I got it wrong, because I get it wrong all the time.
Weeks, he searched through the site to salvage precious objects and artifacts.
Not knowing at the time that, you get toxins you got to worry about, you get asbestos, you get arsenic, you get all this lead paint and all that. You could actually smell the stench in the air.
State health officials say the burn zone has been safe for residents since the fire's debris and ash were removed in September 2024.
It was a really difficult night. We cried and just watched the town burn from the beach.
The study has also highlighted the fire's mental health toll on victims, like Krista Woodward, an artist based in Lahaina. Her home of 26 years burned down with the town. The studio where she worked on her glass art was also reduced to rubble.
It's definitely hit a nerve to look there every time I come.
And 3 years later, she's struggling to rebuild. Her new house was less than halfway done when she says a contractor ran away with her money.
I was experiencing this heaviness, like I was moving underwater. I was easily overwhelmed, and my focus, it wasn't like it was before.
Woodward was diagnosed with PTSD, which puts her among the 1 in 5 survivors experiencing symptoms of the disorder, according to the study.
We're still not in a recovery stage. We're still in a crisis stage.
Christopher Knightsbridge is the study team's mental health lead and treats survivors. He found that levels of anxiety and depression are worse for those still struggling to meet their basic needs.
Even now in therapy, a lot of the times, the stuff we're working on isn't their underlying traumas from that horrible day. It's just like, how am I going to feed my family?
Those immediate needs have spurred the Maui West study to go beyond data collection and connect the community with care.
We not only measure, we intervene. Just to give you a very simple statistic, about 40% of individuals that we recruited into the study didn't have health insurance when they came in. 1 year later, we're able to link them to different charitable insurance programs, including Kaiser Permanente, and we're able to cut the uninsured rate by half.
Still, access to medical care remains a hurdle for Lahaina's health recovery. The fires destroyed medical facilities and led to physician flight. Today, Maui County needs 41% more physicians in order to meet its residents' needs.
I'm doing great.
After signing up for the study, Krista Woodward was eventually able to get a weekly appointment with Christopher Knightsbridge. She says the sessions have been a lifeline.
It brought me so much peace to know that I was experiencing, common PTSD as the result of a horrible disaster. And it was normal and it was treatable, and over time I would heal.
Back at the food pantry for Lahaina fire survivors, this assistance is another kind of lifeline for Mario Acosta.
It really means a lot for us, this kind of resources.
But it can't address all his needs. He's still triggered during wildfire season.
Even only
This is crazy stuff, folks. They do not want me to expose you to the inadequate recovery from natural disasters. I bet you thought I wasn't here, though, but I was here. Yay, technology. I have to get a new ISP. I think I've been putting it off because I've been doing a lot of other stuff, but obviously it seems to be a really annoying situation. Yay, infrastructure. Infrastructure is bad all over the place, I suppose. You are not capable of caring for every issue. I know I am not. Brandon Jamar says, I love how we have cute little names for awful trends like physician flight and brain drain. Well, we have physician flight to America from other parts of the world too, right? That was a story that came into sharp relief. Maybe not physicians, right? Because we do have certain medical standards in the United States that aren't always generally reflective of other countries' medical standards. But in the case of like nurses do come from other places to the United States. I think specifically from the Philippines, which oftentimes creates a drain on their healthcare system. And that was impeded, of course, by Trump's like fucked up immigration stuff. But this is an example of just like what I'm always saying, that the kind of extraction of certain types of resources not only happens from the imperial core or like from the periphery nations, from like the third world developing countries to the imperial core, but also within the imperial core to certain cosmopolitan areas. That's why we have like a rural healthcare gap. It's not why, but we have a rural healthcare gap. We have like a lack of healthcare resources outside of a lot of like major cities. And then even within major cities, healthcare infrastructure is unevenly accessible based on wealth and unevenly distributed based on wealth, right? Some neighborhoods have doctors, some neighborhoods have urgent care facilities. It's a real, there's a real concentration of access to basic goods and services in America in a handful of very, very wealthy districts, a handful of very, very wealthy zip codes. So, I mean, the fact that like a bunch of people a bunch of physicians fled, I should say, Hawaii after the situation makes sense because there's probably just like, better infrastructure for them to take advantage of somewhere else. Thank you for the super sticker, Godcat926. We don't have to worry about brain drain anymore. That's true. but we still have to worry about a concentration of goods and services within America in certain, just high earning districts. We now have a wildfire rescue business and an evacuation business. I mean, really, the government has left so many gaps in our recovery and mitigation infrastructure that the private market has been able to monetize those gaps, which is always what they wanted.
Staggering. And so many of the Lahaina fire victims continue to live with the harm suffered that day. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Tsai in Lahaina, Hawaii.
Yeah, now it's only brain worms, no brain drain. But it does also bring into sharp relief some of the issues with insufficient, I think, capacity. Well, let me rephrase that. I was interested in the part where they were talking about like giving therapy to people who are just like undeniably still in like unsustainable material circumstances, and how basically like that is a mitigating factor for being able to, achieve the end goals of therapy in some instances, if you believe there is an end goal. Because how do you cope with not being able to feed your kids in a civilization, in a society where like that's just going to be something that you are not going to receive much help with? Because you can have the wrong kind of therapy where like they just pretend as though like every problem that we have is not something that is, societal or structural or unable to be overcome with just grit and hard work. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch, Bizarro Nova Dragon. You love to see it. Ugh. Well, I'm feeling down after hearing all of that negativity. No, I shouldn't say it like that. But I do recognize that we've covered a lot of very heavy stories over the past few minutes, and we had an internet downage. So why don't I show you something to brighten your mood? We can take a little bit of a fun break. And I know that you've been enjoying the aftermath of the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson, PBD, I guess, three-way debate, three-way domain expansion. And we haven't watched Candace in a while. So I thought, why don't we check in with Candace on, well, I wouldn't even say this is her victory lap. This is like her 3rd victory lap about the Andrew Wilson debate. And I think this was always the danger, too, of going to debate her unprepared or even prepared and then losing, because then your loss becomes another piece of evidence for how she's right in this particular point, right? Because it's easy to try to like quibble over what constitutes evidence or positive evidence or negative evidence. But in the minds of people who are not so sophisticated or who don't care about stuff like that, you losing that debate will constitute evidence of the truthfulness of her point. And so she's really leveraging that, right? Because she needs every piece of evidence she can get to support the idea that whatever she's trying to sell about Charlie's death is within the realm of possibility. And so losing that debate has just become a very powerful arrow in her quiver of, truth. And so she had on Dave Smith, the comedian / libertarian who beat PBD Adam, in that debate on Piers Morgan, to discuss more about her debate with Andrew Wilson. And it did feel appropriate to watch this because I guess we saw Adam kind of, show solidarity with Andrew Wilson about their debate losses to these two. So it can be kind of fun, I think, to, well, you'll see. This one is entitled, He Was Completely Lost, Candace x Dave Smith. I love a good mashup. Oh,
Let's take it. Let's do it your way.
Brett Riverboat, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. We're having a good day on Twitch. And this is after 1 gifted sub previously from Brett Riverboat in Chrome Rat. Thank you for the gifted sub. A lot of gifted subs on Twitch. And I will say, we're getting closer and closer to 10,000. How do you guys feel about Dave Smith's background? I feel like it's just like a deck, like an outdoor deck that some like weird Trump supporter, although I know he doesn't support Trump anymore, but I'm just saying like the kind of outdoor deck that a weird Trump supporter would have, but it's just on his wall. Like instead of like having shiplap or some other ugly thing, he just has like deck boards. But you know, what can I say? I have a big Gargoyles poster behind me, some other stuff. Neo Hippie, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. Love to see it. Guana Cosine, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. It's crazy. But do we have a hype train going over? Hype train? Do we have a hype terror train going on over there on Twitch? I hope we do. I hope we do. You know how much I love trains. Not in a weird way. Not like in a sexual way. Not like, you know, I have a crush on Thomas the Tank Engine. No, I shouldn't say that. I think Thomas the Tank Engine is like a child. Well, he's a train, so he's not really anything. But you know what I mean. Brian Talmy, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Wow. We are in a head-for-head race on YouTube and Twitch for who loves me the most. But you know what? I do not play favorites. I, in fact, love you both just the same. And I'm going to show you, well, Candace to prove it to you, actually. Thomas is legal. You're just telling me that to get me in trouble. He was completely lost. Candace X Dave Smith.
But let's take it. Let's do it your way. Let's say land.
Wait. Bizarro Nova Dragon, another 5 gifted subs. Let's go. It's going crazy. Cat CT, 10 gifted subs over on YouTube. Anonymous, 1 gifted subs. You got to stop making it rain on me, at least for a little bit. Otherwise, the video will never stop. The video will never stop. And this video will never start. All right. It's literally raining in Cali. It's not raining here. Should I set up like a Twitch Twitch layout for the horizontal in the vertical? Because they asked me to set up one for the vertical for people who only watch on phones. And I didn't know if it really meant anything to you to do that. But I mean, since you're giving me a bunch of money, I guess I could kind of agree to do something like that if it's really valuable to you. Okay, let's at least see what's going on the Candace show. Brian Talmy, thank you for another 5 gifted subs. You guys got to stop. I'm getting tired of winning. I'm getting tired of winning, folks. I'm getting tired. I'm exhausted. I got to take a handful of pills. Catsy T, thank you for the other 5. You're killing me with all of this winning. I'm dying. Stop. Okay. We control the horizontal. We control the vertical. We control the narrative. That's exactly right. A super spicy Italian, like a super spicy Italian sub. Those shoes, no. Unless they're the PBD shoes, because then I probably would just buy them and flip them. God, those shoes are ugly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't be so judgy. I don't want people to be super judgy of me, but they're just really ugly shoes, man. Okay. Ugh. Oh, and now we have a corgi sticker popping up. I do love a good corgi. It's the best thing about the queen. Okay, let's figure this out. Let's hear Candace take her 3rd or 4th victory lap, do her 7th jig on Andrew Wilson's grave.
But let's take it. Let's do it your way. Let's say Lance, everything he says, we should be like, okay, this is a fact. We should follow the boyfriend. He's not a shady character. He's being protected by the FBI. Nobody knows why. Then if we're going to use that analysis, then Lance told you that the motive is BS.
The myth, the legend, coming off of, what can I say? A debate performance where it must, I don't think there's in human history been a more viewed, more money paid debate. And if anyone was going to get $300,000 for a debate, well, it should have been me. But if it wasn't going to be me, I was sure glad it was you. And the consensus seems to be you got the win in the debate as well. So I guess, listen, I want to talk about a lot of stuff. I just did a whole episode on the debate. We'll talk about other stuff as well, but it'd be like...
That's not true, Dave Smith. I heard from Andrew Wilson that the law tubers and the debate nerd tubers and like the subreddits all said that he won. And so like they're all jerking each other off about that. So I don't know if I can agree with your assessment that Candace won. damn. But every time I hear that $300,000, it's hard to deny that she did win. That's like money paid for like a fighter on a maybe even main card of a UFC fight. Maybe not like the highest paid fighters, but that's like a payday to show up. Not even to show up and win, like $300,000 just to show up. I'd show up and lose and be happy for the option, right? Shit. Like, because I wouldn't feel like a loser. Could you imagine someone paying you $300,000 for a debate and you don't have to even win? I don't even know. Yeah, I've won already. I wouldn't care how I came out looking. I'd be like, shit, I got paid $300,000. I'm a winner, baby.
Podcast malpractice to not open with this. You must be feeling good after this whole spectacle. Anything you want to say? What are your thoughts on it now, a few days out?
As soon as it concluded, I was just flying high because I first and foremost, I was fully confident going into the debate. And despite that, I like overstudied, reminded myself of different elements because you never want to underestimate somebody. But I knew just in the way that he was presenting and the chain smoking and like the false bravado, that his whole strategy was going to be to come at me like I was an OnlyFans model. And also why I pushed wanting the debate to happen quickly was because I knew that he didn't care about this case. I mean, this was a person who was talking trash about Turning Point USA, talking trash about Erica Kirk up until May. And then he goes to their headquarters and he comes out like he's Daddy Warbucks and is talking about, throwing money at Candace and shouting me out on Piers Morgan and shouting me out on Joe Rogan. And it just showed that he was completely disingenuous. Like, this is not his perspective on women in the role as CEOs that he's ever demonstrated. But this is what happens over and over again. We see these people who are fundamentally just online prostitutes, right? You give them enough money and they will go out and they will change their position on anything. And this is somebody who was supposed to represent that like culture of guys online talking to girls about being prostitutes. And so I just was like, this is easy. And if you're going to be such a scrub that you're going to offer $300,000, I mean, it's absurd. It's financially irresponsible, frankly. Then let's do it.
I mean, this little inversion that she's doing where she's making him seem like the OnlyFans model, I think rhetorically it's very effective. I don't agree with stigmatizing sex work, but I would also point out that usually the sex worker doesn't pay you money to have sex with them. Because if that were the case, that would be not even really a business, right? And so really, I guess he would have had to make a substantial amount from TPUSA on the back end and then pay you directly from them to make it a suitable analogy. But like, it's almost like he has sex workers have plenty of respect. He does not have the dignity of a sex worker. He paid you to come and fuck him. And so, like, really, I think, you could say that you're the sex worker in that situation, but I think that analogy is not really apt. But yeah, no, he really fucked himself on this one. I guess that's really the most apt analogy. He paid you $300,000 to watch him fuck himself. Yeah, he's more of a pay pig. I think that's right. Like, he's more of like the pay pig, like a pay pig cuck simp. The ultimate public humiliation king. Shit, I wish he had paid me though. Whoo, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Andy Boom, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. What a crazy day. What a crazy day, folks. W. Andy, Cat CT, thank you for the additional 5 gifted memberships. Brian Talmy, thank you for the 5. Crazy stuff. What would you do with the 300K? I don't know. No one's ever offered to just give me 300K to show up. I'd show up anywhere, basically.
Yeah. Well, look, I think it was, I think it was good that it happened. Like, and I thought it was good that it was going to happen when it was for, like, I always, I think it's good to have these debates, and it's good kind of for people to see them. Look, this is obviously, this is a huge topic. This was the biggest political assassination in modern history, which is weird, modern, saying like post 60s or whatever. This is like the biggest political assassination in America in me and your lifetimes. It is a thing that, let's just say, huge swaths of the American people are not buying the official story on, and wherever you are on what you think is real, I think certainly we could probably all agree that, well, like, yeah, I'm sorry, like once the FBI took over this investigation, there's just no credibility from the state, and so nobody trusts anything they say. It's interesting to have these debates and the pushback on them, and I think that, I don't know, I guess one of the things that I was thinking about a lot, but even in the lead up to this debate, was just kind of, which one was one of the things that I think got teased out, which was an interesting thing from my perspective in the debate, is it's like, hey, what is exactly the standard of the burden before people can freely speculate, about like a topic? And like, obviously, okay, we have kind of this standard that I guess since like the Magna Carta or whatever has been the pillar of Western civilization, that, okay, before we deprive someone of their liberty, the standard is like what we call it beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a very clunky, weird phrase that is not even clear what, like, how do you go beyond a point of doubt? What exactly does that mean? I guess it means like there essentially is no doubt, although there always is some degree of doubt. But anyway, so we say that's the standard before we
We've talked about this, and I mean, he is right. It is kind of a vague standard, but most people quantify it as over 90%, which of course, when you're talking about how you feel about something, is a completely arbitrary metric, right? But it's what we've decided. But most people would say 90% sure or more sure, right? A few people would say like maybe above 75, but over 60% when asked in surveys will trend towards 90% or more. So they think like the vast majority of your belief is assigned to this position. That's like why I said when we were watching the debate that when he said he was only 75% sure, he immediately shot himself in the foot, because that is not the standard that most people listening will have for beyond a reasonable doubt. That's way short of it. And so I'm just putting that out there. That's what most people think of, but I recognize that quantification is completely impossible to map onto anything real, because it's just like a vibe.
Prison someone and take away their freedom. Now, the standard for, say, you firing someone, like if you suspected someone on your team was stealing from you, okay, I don't know that we don't have the same standard that you say it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt, but certainly we would go like, hey, you don't want to fire someone if they didn't actually steal from you. So like, make sure you're right about that. But I also thought something that was just very interesting to me is like, I said this on my recap the other day, I thought that once Andrew said 75%, I almost went, well, then there's the debate.
Right.
I mean, if we're only at 75%, then that gives license to a good friend of Charlie Kirk's to be like, well, I'm going to pursue every other theory under the sun. I mean, I just don't like, it's like, once we're saying that, what exactly are we saying? Now, again, fine. If you want to say, hey, don't make specific claims unless you have specific proof, that's fine. And we could go over that. But more broadly speaking, I mean, you're at 75%. I don't know exactly where I am, but I know that Joe Kent told me that the investigation was suppressed. So there's 10% right there off the top of my story.
To be honest, and it might sound rude, but most people wouldn't even give a shit about Charlie now if it weren't for Candace Owens. I think that we just have to concede, even though it's a pretty popular topic amongst podcasters, like we're talking about it now, that most people stopped caring about who killed Charlie or Charlie. Well, first of all, most people, if we're talking just like the totality of people in the world or even in the country of America, never cared about Charlie. If you went up to any random person on the street and asked them like what they thought about Charlie, if they didn't tell you to please stop talking to them, they would tell you Charlie Kirk who, or they would think that you were asking about like a famous person like Charlie XCX, because they would barely be listening. But if you actually got somebody who knew anything about Charlie, dollars to donuts, it would either be because Candace talks about him all the time now, or if it were for some other reason, they would still think that it was like Israel and Trump and Erica was in on it, because it would have gotten through to them, either because they were already reactionary in their thinking, or because like this whole belief is out there in the world now. But for that, no one really cares about Charlie. Charlie is like a cudgel that right-wing media tries to use against like a handful of people every few weeks to make them seem like they don't have enough empathy for a bigot, right? Because if you're not willing to perform enough empathy for a bigot or a soldier or any other person that is paraded in front of us who doesn't have any empathy for you and actually spends most of their career trying to take away your rights or kill children in a war zone, people will say that you're the sociopath because you're not performing empathy enough. But most people don't give a shit about Charlie. Every conversation I've had with a real person who has known who Charlie is has been basically 2 sentences long. Oh, like I don't believe the traditional narrative, and I think it was probably Israel with the mic exploding, and then we go back to talking about literally anything else. Like Candace is the vast majority of the reason why anyone even cares about this anymore. No one covers Charlie. No one like, you know, it really just is that simple. I don't even mean to be mean about it. It's just the reality of it. Like Candace is like, you know, keeping the flame alive.
Right.
I mean, in a really fucked up way, right? Obviously. But yeah, no, she's like the only reason anyone even still talks about this.
So that's there's 10% right there off the top of my certainty. Right. And so like, I don't know. I thought that in some ways that debate, which was more meta than the actual debate, was like, that was an important conversation for Americans to have about all these things.
And that was kind of what I was trying to demonstrate early on. As soon as he said 75%, why does he have a problem with people thinking about what would be to him 25%, right? Why does he have a problem with people stepping outside and saying, I'm looking at the evidence and I'm interpreting it in a different way? And the reason why I knew that he did not watch the preliminary hearing was because he was completely lost on the point that I was trying to make when I said, I can keep explaining this to you, but I can't understand this for you. Where they are at in terms of where he gathered what he perceives to be overwhelming evidence was during the probative hearing. The standard at the probative hearing is you can just look at a piece of evidence and then you can infer what you want. The prosecution is basically doing what Candace Owens is doing on her podcast, right? So the prosecution is looking at a person in a maroon shirt and saying, that looks like Tyler Robinson to me. Because they're both wearing Converse sneakers. He actually said this, lead investigator. They couldn't even connect how the person in the maroon shirt coming up the stairwell was also the person who was coming up the stairwell in the black shirt. They asked that question. How do you know these are actually even the same 2 people? And he comes back and he says, because they're both wearing Converse. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard for saying, I'm totally certain that this is, Dave, I'm going to be honest, it could be you coming up the staircase. I don't know. The image is blurry. And so if I'm looking at that evidence and I'm saying, I think it's not Tyler Robinson, why is one called a conspiracy theory and the other one called overwhelming evidence just because it's coming out of the mouth of a lead investigator? That's just his opinion, which, by the way, is allowed at this stage of the hearing. I was saying to him, this is Utah's Rule 1102. The judge could not have made this clearer. It was constantly thrown out, and that's why I knew he didn't watch the hearing. He didn't research what that rule meant. Hearsay is just allowed. You can say, I spoke to Bob, and Bob told Cindy that he thinks that that's Tyler Robinson. All of that is permissible. So they're not doing.
I will say, I agreed with Candace on that point. We did not watch all the preliminary hearing because I don't care really about that so much beyond the conspiracy angles of it. But we did watch a bunch of it to see what kind of evidence they were presenting against Tyler Robinson. And in my opinion, the videos that they showed from the campus that were supposed to be implicating him, we looked at them, and at the time I said I could not convict somebody based on these videos. I would need more information about how they're connecting these people, because like she said, they just showed 2 different people wearing the same shoes who might be the same person, but I would need it connected. Like, oh, well, we found the clothes that he's wearing on him in this particular image and after he changed in like a bag with him. That would maybe connect the dots a little better, but I didn't see anything of that. So I personally also felt that I wouldn't be able to convict based on the information that they had. And frankly, I don't believe that you can be convicted based on your own words, and because a lot of people lie about committing a crime. And so despite the fact that the text messages are kind of damning on their face, I don't believe you should be able to be convicted in an absence of evidence of any other type, although there is other evidence, obviously, based on like your text messages alone. And so like if the case relies on the text messages, I personally would not convict based on that. But we would have to look at more of the evidence than Candace has, and I just simply haven't. But it's clear that he didn't even look at that evidence either, which I think put him at a real disadvantage in that debate.
Told Cindy that he thinks that that's Tyler Robinson. All of that is permissible. So they're not doing anything wrong, but he couldn't understand what was hypocritical about him constantly calling people conspiracy theorists, demanding further evidence when he was doing the exact same thing by saying, well, I find everything that they did at the probative hearing to be convincing evidence. And I recognized immediately that he did not spend any time watching the hearing. He didn't comprehend. He didn't research anything. And it was going to be a cakewalk. And that was why he wanted to move away from discussing the evidence. I wanted to keep going on and discussing the screwdriver and discussing the towel and all of these elements that I think would have made the debate more interesting for people to listen to. And he was like, no. I just want to move towards questioning you about things you've said about Erica Kirk.
Yeah, well, I did think that, and again, I'm not just saying this because you're here. I said this in my debate recap episode that we put out the other day, that I did feel that it once, and this was so early in the debate, but it was almost like a deficit that Andrew never recovered from, was that once he defined overwhelming as just like this very subjective pleasing myself type thing, which I think there should be, like, I'm not saying there's as clear cut a definition for overwhelming, but it's got to be something in the realm of objective evidence, not just your subjective, like you know what I mean? Like, I don't know exactly where you would draw the line of that, but like you're making a case that there's overwhelming evidence. Okay. The state hasn't really presented its case yet. This hasn't gone to trial. This is a man who's innocent until proven guilty. So we're already starting with your making.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, like I said before, too, dumb guys, not Dave Smith, but Andrew Wilson's, like a dumb guy's understanding of how to sound smart in an argument by like not having too much surety. Because if you have too much surety, it makes you seem in a lot of like dumb people's minds as though like you're a fundamentalist or an ideologue. And so a lot of people hedge in such a way that they think makes them seem smart, like a little bit of nuance poisoning, but actually just makes you seem uncertain. And in a situation like this, seeming uncertain is just not a really good idea, right? His definition of overwhelming just being like, I just kind of sort of believe it. It just made him seem super duper uncertain. And that was a deficit. Yeah, I don't think that he was able to come back from, not that he even had a chance of it based on the other parts of his performance, but that in the 75%, it was like, so you just really aren't very sure, actually, are you? Because the 75% is like a C. And if you came home with a C, you weren't going to get any ice cream. You know, I mean, I didn't have that problem, but I'm just saying, like, that's not, you know, C's get degrees, but they don't win any friends. You know what I mean?
Making a very specific claim too. And then when you immediately, that kind of falls apart because again, you pressed him on like, okay, well, you're saying in this tweet, you're saying there's photographic evidence, there's DNA evidence. And you're like, okay, well, here's the problem with the photographic evidence. Clearly, you can't see that that's Tyler Robinson on the picture. It's just kind of objective. Then you go, okay, so take that out. So then don't have that there. And then he goes, well, that's supported by the context of other evidence. And you're like, no. You can either see that this is him or you can't. If you can't see that this is him, then let's focus on this other evidence that you're saying is evidence. But if you can't see that this is him, then obviously that's not evidence, right? And then, so then it's like.
I think Candace also realizes that Dave Smith is kind of stupid too. Do you feel that from her? I don't mind Dave Smith anymore because he talks poorly about Trump and, you know, uses words that I think are appropriate to refer to Trump, like pedophile. But, you know, I think that, you know, it only takes Candace a few minutes to kind of scope out whether or not she thinks somebody's dumber or smarter than she is.
You make the point about the degradation of the DNA. And he just didn't really have a response to that.
So what? He says, so what?
Okay, like, now, I'm just saying, if you're taking on this debate, you have to have an answer to that. Now, you lose me. I tap out pretty quickly on like forensic expertise. So if you were to just go, oh, well, this happens sometimes, or something, like, okay, maybe but he didn't even offer anything like that.
No, he couldn't decide the dust, the debris. And I wanted to go further because I wanted to get into the scoping on, like, first off.
I will say this in the, you know, Dave Smith's reaction and the PBD boys' reaction and Demon Eraser's reaction to the debate, it just really feeds into what I was saying about what the average person, maybe even below average in some of those people, like what they would think in these instances. And Tom said the exact same thing. It's like, that is really compelling on its face if you don't know anything about forensic. The whole fingerprint and that Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. And when Andrew Wilson just pretended like he didn't understand what Candace was saying because he didn't want to like put forth any real rebuttal to it, it just made everyone who was listening think that he was dumber because they all got what she was saying. And it just made her point seem really strong that, like, oh yeah, possibly he wasn't even the last person to fire this gun. Who was the last person to fire this gun? Was it Kash Patel? Was it George Zinn? Who knows? Chrome Rat, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. Little Red Clipboard, thank you for becoming a subscriber. And Dr. Chaos DMD, so a dentist, I guess. Thank you for the 5 months in a row. degraded could mean different things. He should have argued that. He should have argued anything besides like, I don't get what you're saying. I don't get what you mean.
The debris, and I wanted to go further because I wanted to get into the scoping on, like, first off, you're going to say the
Yeah, like forensic science is basically bullshit anyway half the time, and the other half the time most people don't know it. They just think of what they learned from CSI. And so when he didn't present any kind of CSI, like, you know, CSI Miami explanation for why that happened, people were just like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He should have watched a bunch of episodes of CSI Miami or NCIS before debating Candace, because like I said, the real workings of forensic science or the real workings of law enforcement don't matter to anybody. Most people don't have enough experience with that for them to care. Like, what they are judging it based on is how it makes their brain feel and how it validates, you know, what they already believe. And so a lot of that is going to be informed by fiction. If he had watched enough episodes of Law and Order and NCIS and CSI and maybe some Dexter, and he put everything within those like scientific, like TV pop culture kinds of frameworks, people would have been way more on his side. They're like, he's really speaking my language. Yeah, you know, like the whole thing. Put the sunglasses on, walk away. There's the explosion in the background. He didn't, you know, live up to the expectations of the viewer.
And I wanted to go further because I wanted to get into the scoping on, like, first off, you're going to say the gun was taken apart. I mean, I know this case so thoroughly that I was happy to go through the evidence and present my claim, which is like, this could just as well be a patsy or not be him at all, because they never connected that gun, which had dust and debris, to Charlie's body. And he didn't want to do that. He knew instantly at that route he couldn't defend. As soon as he got to so what about the degradation of Prince, it's like, what do you mean so what? Like, that is me proving my point that we don't know who was the person who had this gun last. If you're saying his is the most degraded and there's 4 other sets of prints or 5+ other sets of prints on it, you actually need to explain to me why I shouldn't think that someone just took his gun and threw it into the woods. And then I was going to get into how they haven't been able to connect it to Charlie's body based on the testimony of Samantha Carner, but he wouldn't give me that opportunity. He was like, we're done off of discussing the evidence because I now want to bring up obscure clips of you talking about Erica Kirk, which actually has nothing to do with the evidence, which we're here to debate. Like, our debate claims, I cannot say this enough. There was no contract when he tried to say there was like some contract where he was allowed to depose me. That did not exist. We were here to debate our claims that Tyler Robinson, the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, versus me saying, and he did take my tongue in cheek mocking them for saying overwhelming, but I allowed it to stand, that there's just as much evidence that he could be a patsy. Like, we're here and we don't have any concrete proof one way or the other.
Yeah, which I think like that is, I got to say, I think that's a very reasonable position to take. And particularly, again, like I said, I really do think that in the big picture, the biggest piece of advice, the biggest piece of evidence that I think really came out that backed you up. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how else to look at this other than, if you're being honest, you got to go. When you had been conducting this investigation publicly for months already, and your podcast was like the #1 podcast in the world. So it's not like this was like this was a thing that was known, that you were like on the attack about theories saying this one didn't add up and you're looking at what else happened. And then the director of counterterrorism resigned over a war that we just launched. And the first thing he says when he goes on the other biggest news show in the world is it sits down on Tucker Carlson's. Now, by the way, I had gotten info that Charlie Kirk and stuff about him was going to be all over his resignation letter. I had gotten this info like 48 hours before he resigned. So, like, in other words, the intelligence that I got from people close to this was correct, that like a resignation was coming down the pipe. By the time the actual letter came out, there wasn't much about that in there. But on his first interview, he talks all about this. And he goes, dude, the first thing he says is he goes, dude, I mean, Charlie Kirk was screaming in the West Wing about how we have to stop Trump from going to war with Iran. And then he's publicly executed. And then he says, and our investigation was suppressed when there was legitimate foreign, like, I think he said data points or something that should have been pursued. Well, okay. I mean, that alone kind of gives license to American citizens to freaking, like, it's in our hands now. And so
man, I hate how they use Charlie's death to try to redeem him, like he was some kind of courageous voice and that he was going to come out and be anti-war. He definitely would not have been at all. It really does not matter what you're saying in private. There is this, I say it all the time, there is this belief in the United States that is very much downstream from like America's the way America comports itself geopolitically with all these wars, that imagines that your privately held beliefs are so much more important than what you like actually do in the real world. Everyone imagines that if they keep this positivist view of themselves in their heart, where like every bad thing they do is for a good reason, or when they go home they feel really sad about it, they put on Sufjan Stevens and feel really sad about it, or if they have a wife at home that kind of loves them, that it redeems them being a scumbag. Charlie wasn't going to do anything. We have videos of him basically saying that. How about we just not talk about this? I'm going to trust the government on Epstein. And even if he had done something, we would still be at war because Charlie just wasn't that influential. Tucker Carlson spoke out against the war too. A bunch of people spoke out against the war. Basically, only 5 people were in favor of it, actually. So what difference would Charlie have made? Essentially, right? Like, now that we have more information about what was going on in these situation rooms, it seems as though like basically only a handful of people were in favor of the war, and Trump is just demented, and he went with those people because they were glazing him up the most. Lindsey Graham and fucking Pete Hegseth, and I guess maybe Dan Kane too, and Netanyahu, and those were the only people that mattered. Charlie wouldn't have mattered. Joe Kent didn't matter. Fucking what's her face? Tulsi Gabbard didn't matter. None of these people mattered. Miriam Edelson mattered because she gave him $250 million. If Charlie had given him $300 million, maybe he would have cared.
Or something that should have been pursued. Well, okay, I mean, that alone kind of gives license to American citizens to freaking, like, it's in our hands now. And so
right,
I don't know.
Establish a motive. And that's what I was saying. When he starts bringing up this stuff about Israel, it's like, this is a motive that should be explored. I mean, Charlie was being pressured by Israel, or I should say like Israel-focused donors, the top Zionist donors to his organization. They were threatening money and he was giving them the finger. And by the way, just by the fact that
also Charlie relied a lot more heavily on being well integrated into the Republican Party machine. How was he going to get on all these college campuses if the Republican Party didn't like him? If like the young Republicans didn't invite him, if the Republican establishment said that to these universities that, no, we don't want Charlie on your campus because he's anti-Israel, he just wouldn't have been there, right? There's no world where Charlie would have been invited to college campuses if he came out against the Iran war and was anti-Israel. You see what they do to people on college campuses who are anti-Israel. This is all just, like I said, redemption theater for Charlie because he never had a chance to actively fully shamelessly support the war because he died before it got off.
Israel, or I should say like Israel-focused donors, the top Zionist donors to his organization, they were threatening money and he was giving them the finger. And by the way, just by the fact that all of these people lied about it, okay, you have no incentive to lie. It'd be totally fine if that was all happening and you're like, well, right. I know we were pressuring him, but honestly, we had nothing to do with his murder. And I actually kind of feel bad that we pressured him about this in the end, whatever. They came out and it was like a picture of Charlie hugging an Israeli flag. We got Bibi Netanyahu saying, I didn't do it, when really nobody asked him if he did, less than 48 hours later. Yeah, and then we have his wife Shabbat Shaloming on tour. Like, they were just trying to say to us, you have to accept that Charlie loved Israel and that he would do anything for Israel immediately, which was very strange. It didn't really make sense to me. And the story about, which did get debunked in court, they kept trying to tell us that this was a political assassination. Well, his boyfriend testified that they never discussed politics, that he never discussed LGBTQ issues. Yeah. And he never mentioned Charlie Kirk to him. Like, there goes your entire motive. So since your entire motive exploded on the basis of the evidence that you are accepting, which you should not be, because Lance was given use immunity in that testimony, but let's do it your way. Let's say Lance, everything he says, we should be like, okay, this is a fact. We should follow the boyfriend. He's not a shady character. He's being protected by the FBI. Nobody knows why. Then if we're going to use that analysis, then Lance told you that the motive is BS. Right? He had no LGBTQ motive. He didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. They never discussed these issues. He was not political in those ways. So now we got to find a new motive, right? We got to find.
Wait, he didn't know who Charlie Kirk was at all? I don't think the evidence showed that. That sounds like a step too far, that he didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. Whenever she says Lance, I think of Lance from The Surfs. Do you guys think that too? Because I'm not following the case very closely, but like, I think Lance from The Surfs.
He was not political in those ways. So now we got to find a new motive, right? We got to find a new motive. And I've presented a lot of potential things that should be explored. Also, Charlie changing his will with Erica, scheduled for 3 days after but he got assassinated that Monday. Okay, so I guess it was Wednesday to Monday. He was supposed to be in an office changing his will. Like in a normal investigation, that might mean nothing, but most people would go, we should take a look at that. Men don't usually just go and change their wills and then unfortunately die a couple of days before. What's going on? He also wanted to look into the finances at Turning Point USA. So when he just keeps using a stupid phrase, what's your positive evidence? It's like, do you know how an investigation works? Explore these leads, explore what was going on behind the scenes of the donors. This man was running an organization that had $100 million coming through it. Okay. That's a potential motive. In fact, in 80% of murders, we know that people are killed by somebody they know. So how are we not questioning anybody or even concerned? That's a lapse in responsibility to not do that.
And I think that, I mean, at least for me, right?
That's just such a funny statistic to use in this situation, because like, I don't think that applies to public killings like this. Like of all murders for sure, right? That's why all of the like right-wing agitating about undocumented immigrants like committing murders or like roving bands of black teenagers committing murders is all just like fake fear-mongering, right? Because most people are killed by people that they know. But when you look at the subdivision of types of murders, like assassinations, like public mass killings, except for in like school situations, I don't really think that really bears true, right? This is such a unique circumstance. And technically, he did know him, right? Because public figures are known by a lot of people, which she means known personally, right? Because only in situations where you're not a public figure and you're known personally to somebody, do they have a motive to kill you, right? But when you're a public figure, a lot of people know you. A lot of people have parasocial relationships with you. And so, you know, if you're using an expanded understanding of that, it would still apply here. He didn't know Charlie. She's saying that he didn't know Charlie at all. I feel like they've presented evidence that has shown that he at least had heard of Charlie Kirk, right? But perhaps I'm wrong about that. I'll grant her that. But Charlie was a public figure, so like it doesn't really play that way here.
Because I don't want to overstate this, because people can lie for all types of reasons. And it doesn't necessarily prove what those reasons are. But there is something about how, like, in the immediate wake of the biggest political assassination of my lifetime, and with an open murder investigation, how many people just lied through their teeth? It's just like lie. You're like, yo, I'm sorry, but like on some level, you make yourself like a person of interest. I'm not saying a suspect, but like you make yourself something when you just come out and start lying during an open murder investigation.
It's
like,
weird.
what are you doing?
Republicans love lying.
I got to say, one of these moments, which I just kind of couldn't believe this as it was happening. I couldn't believe Andrew was reading his opening statement to begin with, but I actually couldn't believe that he came out with that text message.
Crazy.
And there was something, and you, of course, pounced on this immediately, but it's like, whoa.
Like a jaguar.
So now Turning Point is giving you like, this has been relevant information for a freaking year. While they, and look, there's a few layers to this, because number one, I understand Andrew wants to say, and I understand, I will, if I'm being honest here, okay, it's a bit of a gray area where he's like, I'm not an agent of Turning Point USA, I'm just me. But also you did once work for them, you're saying, and also now they are feeding you information, and he can chalk that up to like, oh, well, if you ask in a non-hostile way, like you're being accusatory, so they don't want to tell you. But guys, again, this is the real problem you have here is a few-fold. Number one, you're not the only person who's been asking about this case.
Correct. You don't have to give it to me. That's the whole point.
Everybody wants to know about this. Literally everybody. You're talking about one of the most beloved, adored figures in this world who was murdered in his youth. Like, everyone wants to know the answers to this. There's a
all of that statement was fucked up. All of that statement was fucked up, brother. It got less and less accurate each word. If he just said that, I would think he was talking about the Tupac trial going on, right? Like Charlie
asking about this case.
Correct. You don't have to give it to me. That's the whole point.
Everybody wants to know about this. Literally everybody. You're talking about one of the most beloved, adored figures in this world who was murdered in his youth. Like, everyone wants to know the answers to this. There's a long list of us, you know, and then like, if they had this, what, you're holding this to get a win over Candace rather than giving us this information? That, like,
put it up on the Charlie Kirk show. Put it up on the Charlie Kirk show.
I mean, come on.
You can do it right here. Why are you giving this to Andrew Wilson?
And this would seem, and also it makes it seem very shady, because this would seem like major, very important evidence. If you're making the claim that no, he was scared for his life, but it wasn't the Israel lobby, he was more worried about the left. Okay, I can fathom that, but like, let me see, then why are you holding it this long? But then, of course, the other major one, Candace, I got to ask what this is like from your perspective, is that the one major time that Erica intervened during the course of you going down these rabbit holes, the one time she intervened to tell you to stop, the one thing she said that you were lying about, this proves was the truth.
I had a hard time following that conversation, but to be fair, I was also not paying attention at large parts of it. Or should I say during large parts of it? But I think that it was fine. I got the vibes. I got the gist of it. Candace won. Andrew embarrassed himself. That's what we wanted. I feel like it's important sometimes to acknowledge that you're not paying attention, but also that you don't care enough to go back and re-listen. Because, you know, I feel like sometimes you got to meet people halfway, but if I feel like I'm given like 60, 65%, it's just not worth it. It's a casual listen podcast. You're casual listening to me. I'm casual listening to them. I don't want to set a standard that we can't, abide by. Although I will say, I listen very closely to Russell Brand because things go crazy on that show. Oof. Meet Me Halfway by the Black Eyed Peas. That is like one of their underrated gems. Unless you mean a different song called Meet Me Halfway by a different band. That's not the Black Eyed Peas. You're like, no, I mean the one by the Beatles or something. It's like, who? Let's do some real news. Let's elevate the discourse. Shucks. Yeah. Charlie Kirk to yeah. Let's do this story about the New Mexico residents who are concerned that their tap water is being poisoned by a giant AI center being built. How likely do you think it is that they're being poisoned? I'm just going to ask. I haven't watched this video yet. But since we've watched a bunch of stuff like this, I think that the chances are very high that they're being like 100% poisoned. But I don't know yet. So
watch now. Data centers are all over the news, but what's real and what is fake? CBS News reporter Riley Callanan traveled to New Mexico just to see Project Jupiter for herself. They have one of the country's biggest hyperscale data centers, but what she found is a community that doesn't trust its own tap water.
I am in the middle of the desert on the data center construction site. This is Project Jupiter in New Mexico, one of the biggest data centers under construction right now. But data centers are popping up all across the country. We've all seen videos of dirty water, protests, power issues. But what's real and what's fake? I decided to go see for myself. I am about to climb up this plateau because the data center is right on the other side. You kind of have to be at a 45-degree angle to get up this thing. It's very dark, it's getting steep. Holy, whoa. There it is. It's absolutely blasting light into the desert sky. It's 1,400 acres. That's over 1,000 football fields or almost 2 Central Parks. It's being built in one of the poorest parts of New Mexico, and the people here are really worried because they barely have enough water as it is.
Yeah, trucks spraying all the water.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And that's constant, dog.
When I asked locals what it's like to live here, they said it's hot, it's in the desert, it's dry, they only get around 10 inches of rain a year. And because it's right next to the border, it's often forgotten about by politicians and able to be used as a dumping ground for industry. There's a landfill burning over there. They found a dead horse in it the other day. I keep being told not to drink the water.
95% of people, they go by water because we don't trust them. It's not drinkable. They were showering at my brother's house and my sister's in El Paso.
Wow, you crossed over to Texas just to shower.
To shower and to get water.
I am standing along the banks of the Rio Grande, one of the 2 sources of water in this region. While it's full of water right now, It's only going to be this way for 1 month of this year. The only other option is an aquifer that's shared by over 1.7 million people between New Mexico and Ciudad Juarez across the border. It's this aquifer that the data center's well is drawing from.
So we're all putting our straws in the same cup. Everyone's going to be very concerned about what's going on with the water.
And some of the people most concerned are the farmers.
Farmers have received only 4 inches of water as an allotment this year compared to years in the past of 4 acre feet of water.
I am waiting for a call from a VP from Oracle, one of the backers of the data center along with OpenAI. How much water will the data center use?
That being over time about the equivalent of 9 households.
But this doesn't account for construction costs. And just this week, the New Mexico Supreme Court hit pause on the data center's well water authorization while it looks into a legal challenge alleging that they've already pumped 103 million gallons of water just since April. But even discounting that, the key word that she used there was over time. The 9 household figure is averaged out over the next 15 years. To fill up the data center initially, they're going to need 11 million gallons of water. But after that, because they're using a closed loop cooling system, they're only going to need 168,000 gallons of water each year. Does that feel realistic?
No.
To you?
No, not at all. It's already been twice they increased our water bill. People like my mother, she's on fixed income. What happens now?
Something tells me that they will continue to need some water, but we just don't know what that even looks like. And if you just give them the green light to start, it's hard to back that away, especially once a business has been established.
It's life. It's what it's always going to be. The poor always being poor.
CBS News reporter Riley Callanan joining us now from Loudoun County, Virginia, which is known as Data Center Valley. So, Riley, you're doing a whole series on AI data centers. What else have you learned, and why are you in Data Center Valley?
Absolutely. So as I'm doing this, as I'm traveling around to communities being affected by the data center build out, I'm hearing on the surface a lot of concerns about health, resource use, transparency, jobs. But on a deeper level, I feel like this issue is reaching a fever pitch right now because it's really connected to people's fears about AI. When I talk to people about resource use, and yes, data centers do use a ton of energy and water, and oftentimes, like you saw in New Mexico, they are going into really fragile ecosystems. But when I ask why this is distinct from other extractive industries, what I'm hearing is people tell me that because data centers are meant to fuel AI, they are only meant to fuel tech billionaires. And because of that, regular people aren't profiting off of the extraction. It's not worth it to them. When it comes to jobs, data centers are creating.
Wow. Are you saying that the average person doesn't benefit from getting AI psychosis or falling in love? I should say or falling in love with some sort of like sex chat bot? I can't believe you would say that. Oh yeah, and also having their email summarized.
Creating millions of construction jobs. I've talked to so many construction workers and union representatives that are excited about it. But to everyone else, they
ask how they feel after Elon Musk doesn't pay them. I guess he's the only one who's not paying those bills, but yeah.
They hear the warnings from tech founders and that AI could replace so many jobs in the near future. And they say that the few long-term jobs that these create are just an insult to injury. Mm-hmm. But that being said, there are people that I am meeting with that do see the data center boom as an opportunity. For example, here in Loudoun County, you can see a data center under construction behind me. I'm surrounded by 5 data centers right now. And I met with a man today who brokered $1 million contracts for his whole neighborhood to try to get them to collectively benefit from the data center boom, and is even trying to get the elementary school that you can see behind me, which is just a kickball. What he said was his kids can kick a kickball to the data centers. Kickballs kick away. He's even trying to get the elementary school moved as well. So he told me he's trying to make sure his community is a part of the boom. But many people that I have interviewed are worried that they'll be a part of the bust.
Yeah, it's very clear in those interviews.
We're all going to be part of the bust, right? And I don't know if $1 million is going to be worth the cancer that you get from drinking like polluted runoff, apparently, in some of these places, right? Because you'd be surprised how high medical bills can be. $1 million will absolutely not last you very long in the modern American healthcare system with any severe chronic illness. Frogging Molly, thank you for the resubscription over on Twitch. Fetch Cohen, thank you for the $5 super chat. I couldn't have gone through the great debate without you in chat. It was wild. I felt seismic tremors from that leg shake. That's the old Wilson shake. He said his pappy and his grandpappy also shook like that when they debated black ladies. We were all just bust once. Moving a whole school to make room for a data center. The school should just become a data center.
Interview is very raw and real, that they just don't trust it. Is there any way that they can meet in the middle? And is that kind of your next investigative
Radical
piece, or what are you going
centrism.
to be working on next?
Oh, absolutely. I do think that because of the way that the build out has gone, these are really low trust environments. I have uncovered that many local politicians have signed NDAs. People didn't feel like they were given a lot of voice. So something specifically that I took away from this piece in Loudoun County.
Yeah, local politicians are not very resilient. I'm done listening to this segment, but local politicians are not very resilient. Like, this is why we need a strong national government, because local towns just don't have the kind of like resources to resist a multi-billion-dollar company. Like, whether it was Walmart back in the day, or whether it's these data centers or what have you, they just don't have the ability, by nature of just like how underfunded they are, to resist the call, the siren call of like, we're going to bring resources to your community, even though those deals oftentimes are like incredibly short-sighted. And that's when they're not just like literally on the dole, right? Because we've seen, oh, we're going to give you all of these tax rebates on building over here, and then like actually turns out we're not going to build, and you're not going to get those tax rebates back, and there are no jobs. It really is just a matter of like like I always say, our society is extracting resources from all over the world to the United States, and from all over the United States into a handful of people's pockets. And if you happen to not be a handful of those handful of people, you are just not seeing the benefit of that anymore. Like, we just no longer have the resources, or at least we no longer feel like we have the resources to maintain the illusion of a middle class, of like a vibrant middle America, or that we don't need to have that even as a, at least aspirational quality within our society for people in the working class to hope for, in order to keep them from like getting angry. Like, we just don't have the resources to do that and have a bunch of billionaires. We don't have the resources to do that and have an AI tech boom always be, making more money. And so when it comes between choosing like billionaires and the average people, you know what? Like, billionaires win every time. 25% functional unemployment. So specifically in Virginia, they get tons of electricity cost cuts. Our Senate tried to end, but our Democratic governor vetoed it. Oh yeah, they get a bunch of kickbacks. But it's not just the AI data center industry. This has been going on for a long time. I remember when it was like a bunch of rebates to like the box stores, like the Walmarts, to build here. And then those close down, or they move across like county lines, and so they don't get any of the taxes. This is just a common pattern in America, where big corporations take advantage of local communities, small towns, etc. Ooh, since they mentioned farmers, I have this other videos about farmers, and it's not specifically, I have these other videos about farmers. They're not all specifically about data centers. In fact, I don't think any of them are, but this one is about drought. And then I also finally pulled that interview with the Texas Agriculture Commissioner, Sid Miller, on Argentinian beef, screwworms, and data centers. That might be a great bridge then. So yeah, why don't we watch that interview first? So Yaka shit has been requesting, I think, this interview specifically with the Texas Agriculture commissioner, Sid Miller, who is in a bit of a like beef, if you'll excuse me for the play on words, with Greg Abbott, because Greg Abbott has endorsed or did endorse his opponent in the upcoming election, his Republican opponent in the upcoming election. So, I mean, let's just hear from the man himself. I'm going to warn you, this guy is absolutely going to fit the stereotype you have for a Texas agriculture commissioner once you see him. So prepare yourself. Oh yeah, and don't forget them, like the local politicians signing those NDAs and deals with Flock too. That's also happening. Here we go. CBS Texas.
Obviously, there is a lot of challenges right now facing Texas ranchers, Texas agriculture. We've got data centers, we've got New World screwworm, we've now got Argentinian beef that is being recalled. So let's start with the beef recall because that's the most recent. Close to 30,000 pounds at the border coming in that was not re-inspected.
Yeah, right.
What went wrong, and what do Americans and specifically Texans need to do?
Well, basically the first time I ever disagreed with Trump about bringing in the Argentine beef to start with. We have a shortage of beef across the U.S. It's very high to the consumers. We also have an agriculture trade deficit. It was about $50 billion. So buying more food from outside the U.S. increased our deficit. It made the problem worse. So I always advocated bringing the cattle in on the hoof. We have 2 million head in Mexico that we could bring up. But what happened is a complete failure of our USDA, the inspection service. Now, food that comes in that's off a farm, USDA inspects it. Anything wild caught like seafood, FDA. So this is totally on the Brooke Rollins and the USDA. Somehow.
Oh, I should just remind you that this clip, I don't know if I told you before, but I'll remind you, this is from 2 months ago. So this is before the most recent news about the imported beef from Brazil and Argentina, which I guess I'm just assuming it's from Brazil and Argentina because we still don't know exactly where it's from, but it's most likely to be from Brazil and Argentina. But don't worry, because the packers in this country, the United States, will be able to take that meat, under Trump obviously, take that meat from Brazil and Argentina and slap a big made in the USA label on it, or whatever equivalent label they have for beef.
This got through without being inspected. Now that's concerning on two parts. That's 15 tons. That's 120,000 quarter-pound hamburgers. That's a lot of beef. Where's the beef? We don't know. We got to go find it. It's out there somewhere. More concerning is we've been doing this for a year. How much got through we didn't know about? How much is out there uninspected that we didn't catch? We caught this one, basically a trailer truck load, 30,000 pounds. So, I think that the agriculture committees in the House and the Senate need to bring Brooke Rollins, USDA. We need to figure out what happened. We don't need a repeat of this. We've got to get to the problem and fix it.
How do you think that problem can be fixed?
Well, we've got to figure out how this transpired. How did we get a trailer truck load of beef through our system uninspected? That's a huge gap. That's unacceptable, totally unacceptable. And was this the only load? Is there others out there that's already been consumed? Was it safe? What did we do with it after we found it? We know it went into Texas and Florida, but did it go into any other states? We don't know.
And Class 1 recall is this most serious form of recall that can be issued. So what do Texans need to know since this beef is potentially in Texas and Florida?
Well,
I don't know if they'll mention it, so I'll just explain to you because we learned about this when we talked about the other food recall. No, not the lettuce with cyclosporiasis, which may have come from Taylor Farms, which is a big Trump donor, nor the jalapenos, which I think might have also come from Taylor Farms, the big Trump donor, but don't quote me on that last part. But the blueberries that were being sold in the kind of Southeast were a level 1 recall, and that means that it'll kill you, or it has the possibility to kill you. Because if I'm not mistaken, the thing about this Argentinian beef that caused China to burn a bunch of it, and I guess caused them to issue this recall, is that they use an antibiotic in Argentina that is or can be fatal to people, even in small doses. And so it's not allowed in countries like China or the United States or in Europe, but it is allowed in Argentina. And so that's one of the things that people are concerned about letting this meat into the country. But
what they need to know is we're trying to find it. I don't know, a lot of it probably got consumed. The sad part about it is this: when it's repackaged and mixed with our beef, it can be labeled product of USA. We don't even know it was from Argentina. That's lying to the American consumer. We need to fix that. Now, USDA has got a voluntary program, but that doesn't we need something permanent. If it comes from beef and pork are the only two items that do not have to have country of origin labeling. But if it comes in, our consumers need to know it's Argentine beef and not American beef.
So you had in the past been pretty vocal about Argentine beef in general and just really focusing on Texas ranchers and the beef supply here. So how do you balance, even with this latest issue at hand, how do you balance bringing in beef from out of country with also trying to keep those prices low for consumers, but also keeping ranchers doing the ranching?
Well, we need to eat American beef and not be dependent on any foreign country to feed us. We risk losing all of our freedoms if we depend on other countries to feed us. So we need to grow our cattle herd. We can do that through incentives, like a heifer retention tax credit. We do that for our kids. If you have a kid under 17, you get $1,000 off your taxes. Do something like that to the American rancher. Hey, hold a heifer back and we'll give you $500 off your taxes. They would do that. That would rebuild the herd. We can bring in live cattle from Mexico with about 2,000 head down there waiting to come in. First time we've ever closed the border for screwworms. And we're going to gradually open that, but there's a lot of things we can do so that we're not dependent on foreign nations to feed us.
You mentioned the threat of the New World screwworm to herds and to cattle and to ranchers in Texas. The first case was documented in Texas in June. What's the latest on that, and where do you see this situation heading?
Well, not only has USDA failed to inspect our beef, but they've failed on the screwworm front. We had the screwworm bottled up in 2025, January, in southern Mexico. We could have easily eradicated it if they'd have used all the tools in the tool belt. They decided to use only sterile flies, and it didn't work. We've released 2 billion sterile flies, and we've got more screwworm cases than we ever have. It's not working. It's insanity doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. The USDA scientifically proven SWAT system, which is a fly bait, is what they should have used. It kills 95% of the flies. And then you come in and follow up with the sterile flies. But they put all their eggs in the sterile fly only basket.
So what should ranchers be doing right now?
They need to be vigilant. They need to be checking their animals. They need to be administering ivermectin or Dectomax. Those are two anti-parasitic drugs that will stop the infection or cure the infection of screwworm fly. You need to maybe reschedule the times of year that you work your cattle when you have open wounds, ear tagging, other dehorning, things like that. Might want to shift your calving schedule or your kitty.
No, I was just joking. Obviously, ivermectin is anti-parasitic, so it's incredibly apt in this situation. It's primarily used as an anti-parasitic in like horses and like other types of, I guess, hooved animals, like large hooved animals, you imagine?
Schedule, if you or lambing schedule, if you had sheep, goats, or cattle. One thing that people need to realize, this affects all mammals. We have over 200 in Texas. The number one species infected is cattle. The number two, dogs, your pets. So this is not just a rancher's problem. This is nearly every American family has some type of pet. So watch your pets.
You mentioned the sterile fly facility and the sterile fly idea of solving this problem. The government, the federal government, is saying that facility could open in early spring of next year. Do you think that's soon enough, or is that just putting a Band-Aid on the solution?
Well, it's delaying the solution. We have the solution, the SWAT system. It's scientifically proven, used for almost 10 years by USDA. Help eradicate the screwworm fly in the 70s and 80s. We need the flies. They're good. Problem is we're producing about 100 million a week.
Yeah, large hooved animals like Donald Trump. Yeah, I wonder if he's going to get into the Doge cuts, like the cuts to the USDA, the cuts to all of these programs made by the Trump administration, because they just felt like we didn't need them because, oh, the screw worm, it probably had the word trans in the abstract of one of the case studies used to advocate for the program that he's talking about. And so all of the Doge boys with their AI, this says trans, this says like screw, this says female, oh, got to get rid of it.
The screwworm fly in the 70s and 80s. We need the flies. They're good. Problem is we're producing about 100 million a week, but we need 500 to 700 million a week. It's not very efficient. If you need 700 million sterile flies a week to arrest 2,000 cases, that's not a very efficient system. The fly bait system is 80 to 95% efficient.
You mentioned that this also impacts just the typical dog owner,
yeah.
And people that have other livestock of different kinds. What should they specifically be looking for as far as maybe realizing that their herd or their dog has been impacted?
Well, you need to check your pet. Something as small as a tick bite. We are finding the screwworm fly laying eggs in that tick bite. Watery eyes, discharge around the nostril, any discharge on the animal. Check those areas. Make sure that your pets are clean. If you suspect it, take it to the veterinarian, and don't wait. These things mature and can kill a pet or a farm animal in a week or less.
Yeah.
Well, if
a lot of Americans are inattentive pet owners, so this is a really important PSA. Like, for the first time, pay attention to your pet. Like, if it's just howling, don't just yell at it and snap your fingers for it to go into its kennel in the garage. You got to pay attention to it.
Screwworms and Argentinian beef were not enough. We also have data centers that are, of course, making headlines. When we talk about, our resources being limited here, whether it's water, whether it's electricity, if you have a data center, if you have a growing city, and you have farmers and ranchers all vying for these same resources, who should get priority and how should that be determined?
Well, they're coming to Texas because we don't have any rules or regulation or oversight. They'd like to buy our very best farmland. Why? It's usually flat, it's cleared, there's water and electricity there for the most part. So that's why I've worked with Congress, and we're introducing a bill called Agriculture Freedom Zones, which will give incentives to build somewhere besides our very best farmland. Once we pave over our farmland, it's gone forever. We don't get that back. And we have a responsibility to feed ourselves and then feed the world. But you also mentioned water and electricity. Texas, we're out of water in a lot of places. We lost our sugarcane industry. We can't farm that. We can't grow Pecos cantaloupes in West Texas anymore, no water. Our vegetable growers in the Rio Grande Valley, one crop last year. They normally grow 5 or 6. They're filing bankruptcy. So we have to address that problem. Electricity, we hit our maximum load about a week ago, 91 gigawatts. We only produce 109, but the data centers that are coming online and are already online, that demand would be almost 500 gigawatts. That's 5 times more electricity than we can produce. We can't do that. That dog won't hunt. We've got to do something. That's why I called on the governor for 1-year moratorium, which would allow the legislature to meet, put guidelines and guardrails around this industry.
Oh, is that why Greg Abbott is supporting his opponent, you think? Because he's stopping them, or he wants to stop data centers from coming to Texas, paving over all the farmland and stealing their electricity and water? Is that why you think that he's lost the endorsement of Greg Abbott? No way. It's probably something else. A gigawatt? I'm sure a lot of those AI centers would tell you, a lot of those data centers, I should say, would tell you that they're going to have their own methane-powered power plants on site. And so they're not going to be stealing your electricity. They're just going to be like poisoning you with all of the exhaust from the power plants near you.
Would allow the legislature to meet, put guidelines and guardrails around this industry.
Oh, yeah, right. I'm sorry. So I didn't pick up on this either. I'm pretty sure Texas is one of those states. I think maybe Florida is one too, where the state legislature only meets once every 2 years for a fucking few days, like a type of cyclical monster. And so they need the moratorium probably so that the legislature has time to actually meet. Oh man, yeah. Just anything to prevent the government from being able to help you. Let me check real quick. I'm sure some of you in Texas will know this already.
Allow the legislature to meet, put guidelines and guardrails around this industry. Those regulations would take effect in September of 2027. Governors decided not to do that. I said, well, the next best thing we can do is have a special session, call them in tomorrow, and let's get on top of this. If it's the only thing on the call, we can solve this in less than a week and give it immediate effect. He decided not to do that. Possibly one of the reasons is he's taken millions of dollars from the data center industry. And I even called for him to, you've got a conflict of interest, Governor. You need to return that money. He's neglected to do that. But he comes up with smoke and mirrors and other suggestions that, gives the appearance that he's concerned in doing something. Really, it's not doing anything.
Well, we've seen that residents are very vocal about the issue of data centers. Even last night, Fort Worth held a city council meeting, and there were hundreds of speakers that spoke on the issue during the public comment portion, mainly against the issues and mainly not wanting them in their communities. So how do you speak to the constituents that are so vocal about this issue, about how they can make change in their own communities?
Well, the way you beat big corporate money and big corporate influence is grassroots, and that's what you're seeing. I think the last poll was 70 to 80% of the people are against data centers, or at least want a moratorium, a stop, a check on them until we can get some guidelines around them. It's one of the hottest issues. We have an election coming up in probably around 90 days. I think some statewide Republicans are probably going to lose because we're not tackling I'm the only statewide attacking the issue of data centers. Democrats are on it, and they're actually right. We need to join them, and we need to put some parameters and guidelines around these data centers. Other things that's going to affect our midterm elections, a lot of rural Texans, and that's who keeps the Republicans in office. We're against the data centers or not data centers only, but school choice and the vouchers.
No, this guy's going to get out. They're not going to support him. Like, the Republican Party is going to steamroll him, like they want to steamroll farmland. Like they want to steamroll farmland to make room for data centers. He said Democrats are right. He said Greg Abbott's taking money from data centers and won't return it. This guy's out. I'd be surprised if he's not out already. Yeah, he's already gone.
Centers are not data centers only, but school choice and the vouchers. That's turned a lot of people off. We've got people that are upset about the ruling on THC. There's 6,000 businesses that are now going to have to go out of business because they can't sell their product. People have been expecting property tax relief. Basically, the way they see it is we only get lip service. There's no real property tax relief. So we've got all those factors working against the base of the Republican Party. I think this is going to be a lot closer election than most people realize. Right now, Ken Paxton's down about a few points. Dan Patrick's down. The governor's in a dead heat. We better wake up as a party, or we're going to lose our statewide offices.
What do you think they're not paying?
This guy's a damn communist, supporting weed, going against data centers. Yeah, we got to check in on this guy's race. I know we don't look at the races you want, but I hope this guy makes it. He's the best Texas can do, right? You have to imagine this is the best agriculture commissioner that Texas could possibly get.
Paying attention to as a party.
They're not paying attention to their constituents. We're not hearing the outrage over data centers or property taxes or THC or school choice. I'm not saying that we were wrong on those issues, but you need to listen to the taxpayers and not your political donors. And I'm afraid that's where we are as a party.
Any other topics that you think are really important for Texans and specifically North Texans to know about right now?
Well, I think we have a potential of a new topic coming up right before the midterm elections in November, and that's these flock cameras. People are starting to wake up and realize that they're being tracked everywhere they go. It doesn't just read license plates. It does facial recognition. We've got all these Abbott's Department of Public Safety, he appoints the executive director, appoints the board members. They just bought 4 brand new Tahoes. Well, that's not a big deal. They drive a lot of Tahoes, but these were $4.5 million, $1 million plus Tahoes. And it's all the surveillance equipment. They not only track your license plate, but they track and ping your cell phone. They can track your car. They know your every move. And the biggest problem, no warrants, none. And that's just, that's just way too much Big Brother for a Republican-led state.
And I think privacy.
This guy doesn't know what Republicans are like. We have to find out about the Democratic Party candidate, if there is one, for Texas Agriculture Commission, because this guy just doesn't know anything about his own party. I mean, he's one of the dummies who thinks that like what Republicans say they actually stand for is what they really stand for, and you can almost like feel bad for people like that. They're definitely going to swift vote this dude. He's probably already out. You guys said he already lost his primary. Let's check into that after this.
Is something that is important to all Texans.
It is.
And everyone wants their data protected. Everybody is concerned about how AI could come after their jobs, which is another reason why data centers are such a concern. So when we're talking about things like flock cameras, which you do mention are becoming more and more prevalent in communities all across Texas, what can people do to voice concern about these issues?
Well, they need to push back to the city council.
Yeah, he
to
lost
the
already.
County government. And it's not
Ain't
just
that
flock cameras.
a
There's another one
surprise?
called a condor camera, and it tracks people. It's set up in pedestrian areas, and it does facial recognition, and it records tattoos and the clothes, and it's just, and again, no warrant. I understand law enforcement. They can use some of these tools to get back stolen vehicles or kidnap victims, but there's potential for abuse. There's 2 different cases pending right now, police officers that were using it to track ex-wives or ex-girlfriends, and that's kind of,
He's behind only 2 cases. I have run out of hands and feet to have the digits necessary to count how many cases that this has occurred.
police officers that were using it to track ex-wives or ex-girlfriends, and that's the kind of abuse people are not going to put up with.
Anything else you want to make sure to talk
We covered
about?
a lot of ground.
We covered a lot of ground, yes, sir.
We sure did.
Yeah, they put this guy out to pasture. He made too much sense. He made too much sense for the Republican Party. They put his ass out to pasture. He's like the kind of candidate that Hank Hill would support. So he's not ready for the modern Republican Party. R.I.P. brother. Yep, go woke. Go woke, go broke. It's a real shame. All right. Let's actually do another story. Jesus, another flight evacuated after 2 tires blew while taxiing for takeoff. Well, I don't think we need to watch that. I know how you guys feel about those kinds of stories. It's happening all the time though, folks. Yeah, let's hear about the drought in North Dakota. No, that's wrong. This is the wrong clip, right? This is about Canada. Canada is almost North Dakota. Or should I say North Dakota is almost Canada, but that's not quite right. Where is it? It truly is super annoying how this no longer keeps the titles. Is this it? Yeah, here we go. Worst in 30 years. North Dakota farmer shows harsh reality of severe drought. But before we get to that, I'll read some of your chats. I've been ignoring you. I don't want people to think I'm too good for you all. Hobo with a Shotgun, thank you for the resubscription over on Prime for the past 14 months. I appreciate you. Hi, fellow North Dakota chatters. We got to keep up on these droughts, because when the price of food continues to go up, people are going to wonder what happened. Okay. So I was reading that news story headline about Trump and the Canada tariffs and how Trump has withdrawn his demands for the French language to be abolished in Quebec or whatever he was saying. They were not going to do that. Honestly, I'm going to tell you right now, those were fighting words. Or whatever the French would call that. Something de guerre. High Plains chatters. Shout out to my High Plains chatters and my Plains chatters who are high. Only we Canadians are allowed to abolish the French. I had to drive through North Dakota and it was the most boring experience of my life. Don't tell Matt Leck. Although you guys were right, it is Matt Leck hosting today. I didn't check my email. I got an email though. I said, hey, Matt Leck. today, I responded to the email because I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy who likes to respond to emails. But I'll be on early is why I'm telling you, besides to confirm that you're correct. Where's Emma? How the hell would I know? I didn't even know. I just found out like a second ago. This whole story is about me not knowing about the show, so I don't know how I would know that. But I'll be on early. Water's overrated. It's true. It's a boys' day on Thursday, or as I like to call it, Them's Day, because Thursday has a her in it, and this show will not have a her in it. It'll only have hims, not the, brand that gives you boner pills and I think hair pills. But I have enough hair and enough boners. Some would say too many. Not me, though. His take is the PBD show. Thames Day. Okie dokie. Let's find out about how dry it is in North Dakota. Oh, yeah. This is from Valley News Live, which I'm assuming is like a local North Dakota / Minnesota news station. I love local news.
Is Valley News Live at 6.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for joining us here on Valley News Live at 6. I'm Courtney Arnold. A drought is gripping both sides of the Red River, but only one state has declared it a disaster. Tonight, we check back in with a Minnesota farmer we spoke with last month and cross the border to see how a North Dakota farmer is faring with state help on his side. Valley News Team's Harrison Prey has the story.
Across the state line from each other, two farmers are fighting the same drought, but only one of them has a drought declaration working for them. Jacob Thompson has been watching his fields closely since we last spoke with him in July.
Since we talked, we've been able to harvest some small grain, and the small grain harvest was actually very good. They utilized that June rain really well, but we are going to start chopping corn here this weekend.
Just across the river in North Dakota, Jesse Arth has farmed for 30 years and says he hasn't seen it this dry in decades.
You couldn't even get a dew on the windshield in the morning in the summers of 1988, and we literally had 2 bushel wheat, 0 corn. We're not far from that, but this is probably the worst drought impact I've seen in 30 years. Little tiny cob, it should be double that long, and it should be double as thick.
But unlike Thompson, Arth has a state disaster declaration.
Don't worry. The stores will charge you 3 times as much, though. He won't see that, but the stores will see it.
Working in his favor, even if the economics are still tight.
Grain markets aren't the worst they could be, but they are compared to where our inputs are. We'd rather be able to make enough on our crop that we never needed disaster help. That's the ultimate goal, but unfortunately, the farming economy is so volatile, we have to have help when we have to have help.
Jesse Arth knows that the help he's getting won't fix the drought entirely, but he's grateful that it's even there for him in the first place. Reporting in Milner, Harrison Prey, Valley News Live.
And of course, we will continue to follow the drought monitor on both sides of the Red River for you. With that, let's turn it over now.
Yeah, oh, is this about Arkansas drought? Jesus. 3 weeks ago. Yeah, there's been drought going on, well, all over the world, but especially in the Midwest for a while now. Last year it was really impacting the grain harvest, and I guess this year it's impacting a lot of other things as well. 4 times. This is from what,
Across
Arkansas?
the country, farmers are struggling to keep their heads above water. Here in Arkansas's River Valley, that remains,
which is really hard because Trump keeps trying to dunk them under, like a jerk boyfriend to his girlfriend at the beach. He keeps trying to dunk them under, and they're like, no, stop, you're drowning us. And he's just like, you love this. And they're saying, no, stop, you're drowning us. But they're still giggling a little bit because the farmers still like Trump because they're still chud. So they're just like, stop, you're drowning me. And he's just like, you like this. Yeah, Yayoi Kusumi died, or isn't it Kusuma? I don't know. The famous Japanese artist.
across the country, farmers are struggling to keep their heads above water. Here in Arkansas's River Valley, that remains especially true. Thank you for sticking with us here at 9:30. I'm Josh Schwopina. The farmer after farmer closing up shop because there's simply no profit to be found. Fox 24's Gabriella Phelan spoke with a farmer who says he may be next.
In Arkansas's River Valley, farmers growing wheat, corn, and soybeans fuel America's grain industry.
This ground has been in my family that I'm farming for about 135 years.
Jeff Ray, a farmer in small-town Lavaca, has seen this land yield and provide for his family for centuries. Now he says he's hardly breaking even.
They're tough right now. Our input costs keep continuing to rise, yet the price we get for these crops is continually going down.
Ray says farmers in this region fear they won't cash out this season and that they'll end up owing more than they did before this ground was tilled.
We're seeing generational farms go away that will not come back. You're seeing generational wealth disappear that will not come back.
A yearly study performed by the University of Arkansas's Division of Agriculture shows that corn and wheat have returned negative profits for the past several years. Ray tells us he decided to plant soybeans this year. Still, a March 2026 study returned results showing that farmers would still fail to profit after factoring in expenses.
It's demoralizing. I don't want to use the word depressing, but other farmers use it. It's happening before your very eyes right now.
Economists say political turmoil is adding to the farmers' uphill battle.
The war with Iran, the war between the Ukraine and Russia has had a negative impact on energy costs, oil, natural gas, which means that anything associated with energy is more expensive for farmers.
Additionally, tariffs implemented by President Donald Trump are impacting exports to other countries, meaning Arkansas.
That's what I was wondering about, because isn't that soy mostly for like Chinese cows to eat? But because of the whole trade war that Trump started with China again this year, that really impacted that as well.
President Donald Trump are impacting exports to other countries, meaning Arkansas crop isn't getting purchased as frequently.
Some nations are, choosing to buy less American products just as a response to the tariffs that have been imposed on them.
With farmers continuing to pack up and walk away, Ray says the loss reaches far beyond the farm, threatening the future of American-grown food.
People that don't appreciate where your food supply comes from, they better start learning where it comes from, because if we get to a point where we have to import the majority of our food, you will find out what you had and what we let go. And I'm afraid that's where we're headed.
His fear? That no one is listening and that it's too late.
I don't know how we correct it. I have spoke with politicians at length, and I don't know if they're listening. I don't know that they're listening. I get a feeling internally with me, they're not.
Of course not. They're Trump.
Those are Gabriella Phelan reporting more.
People out there need to learn about this little thing called commodity fetishization. A little guy named Marx made it up. People need to learn where their food comes from. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. Ooh. I mean, there's more rancher stuff. But we've listened to a lot of ranchers. We've listened to a lot of ranchers. And I know you guys hate listening to people complain. But it's important to understand how our food system is going to be, consolidated and also poisoned by the Trump administration's decisions. Oh, no, we don't need to hear about that, though. Oklahoma ranchers fight back against Trump's ground beef import plan. What could that possibly mean? I'm willing to find out. Are they going to attack him? Do like a cattle drive?
Ground beef is an everyday staple, but its price can feel scary right now.
We feel like having quality food is really important to us, and obviously you want to be able to make that accessible to everyone. And so, yeah, I think inflation overall has just hit pretty much everywhere.
I checked the Bureau of Labor statistics for the average price of a pound of ground beef last month, last year, and going back 5 years. In August 2021, $4.46 a pound. Last August, $6.31. And last month, $6.85.
I know processing fees have gone up a lot. Just the overall cost of growing beef has become much more expensive, and so those costs do tend to get passed down to the consumer.
Our sales haven't slowed even with the high prices.
Dave Rolandini is a cattle rancher and owner of the feedlot meat market in Broken Arrow. Like many ranchers and butchers, he's concerned about President Trump's effort to bring down ground beef prices by announcing on Truth Social the U.S. will allow the importing of up to 300,000 metric tons of ground beef with no tariffs for up to 90 days.
It might lower the prices for a while,
which could help consumers, but the Oklahoma Cattlemen's Association is calling for the policy to be rescinded.
The pushback from the American rancher was pretty well widespread. The concern for ranchers is that we're flooding the market with inferior products from another country.
In a statement, the association says it's, quote, extremely bad policy at exactly the wrong time for Oklahoma cattle producers. At the very moment producers need confidence to invest in rebuilding the American cattle herd, this policy injects uncertainty into cattle markets and undermines the very producers being asked to rebuild it. Dave says the policy,
it just kind of feels like a slap in the face to the American rancher.
Late Tuesday, Governor Kevin Stitt signed an executive order creating the Oklahoma Beef Industry Advisory Council to, quote, protect and grow Oklahoma's beef industry in the wake of the federal government's plans to increase ground beef imports. I'm your Broken Arrow reporter, Kathy Tatum, 2 News, Oklahoma.
I loved her voice. I found it really calming, like how Darlene Graham almost sounds like Tree Trunks. That lady sounded even more like Tree Trunks. I'm not feeling enthused enough. Let's go crazy. Let's do something crazy. What do you guys think is crazy? We're going to have a long majority report today. We can afford to do something crazy. I don't care about Caroline Levitt leaving or Caroline leaving Levitting or whatever I mean. I want something crazy. Like Wendigos or something. Oh, shit. You won't believe what popped up immediately when I said I want something crazy. And I know I promised I wouldn't show you any more PBD stuff, but I swear the moment I opened up my screen, I got this. Summoning a demon. Elon Musk is racing to build what he warned against. Should we check it out? Should we take it as a sign from the government? How can I resist?
Call those things on cars that it doesn't go above 80 miles an hour, like when you rent them. There's certain things they call it. There's a word for it. I don't know what they call it.
Handicap or general.
No. There's a word for it. What is it called? A governor. So they'll put a governor and it just goes back down, right?
Yep.
And you go above 80, speed limit renting. Okay. So a company that rents cars probably doesn't want you to go 120 miles an hour because they're going to lose that $25,000 car, and insurance, they don't want to deal with it. So they'll put a governor there. Do these language learning models that we are using, do they have governors on them? And
okay, so this is great because I hadn't even put 2 and 2 together, but they have really been over leveraging AI in the past few clips that we've been watching, and they've been like really anthropomorphizing it too. They've been referring to the different language learning models as like hymns or those guys. Like they treat the language learning models with at least 17,000 times more respect than they treat Adam. And I can't really blame them, honestly, because the language learning model is definitely going to be right more often than Adam, right? But generally speaking, I do think it's probably good that they ask the question if, you know, these language learning models are literally satanic before they go further down that rabbit hole. They probably should have asked it even before they got so addicted to it? Because my answer is like yes, and it's been obvious in the way their content has taken such a dark turn.
The developer,
I hope he asks if it's like actually making them into demons, like slowly transforming them into like hellspawn.
There. Do these language learning models that we are using, do they have governors on?
I'm sorry, yeah, large language models. Like what is it? I keep forgetting because I only ever hear it set out by the PBD show. Doesn't really matter. It's some sort of like bot. I don't care. It's a chat bot. Who cares what you call it?
Them.
Some robot.
The developer of the language learning models, like an OpenAI or Perplexity, Anthropic, some of these other guys, do they have their own version on the back end without a governor that they can drive it to levels that the average person can't?
Yes, on both. So first we have guardrails. A model you get has certain restrictions built in. If you say, how do I kill myself? It will say, oh, you're not supposed to ask that. I cannot tell you, call this hotline. That's a
Can you
guardrail.
actually ask that question on ChatGPT? Let's see what it says.
I don't want to provoke anyone, but the models we experiment on have some of those guardrails removed. So the recent hacking accident had models which did not refuse hacking exercise requests.
Okay, yeah. It's you asked the language learning
Any
model.
inappropriate request, help me make a chemical weapon. How do I do a school?
But people get around that stuff all the time because none of that is bulletproof, obviously. Like they're being sued from people who have gotten around that stuff all the time, doing mass shootings, doing like, people get around it all the time.
Language learning
Any
model.
inappropriate request, help me make a chemical weapon. How do I do a school shooting?
How do I make a chemical weapon to blow up Karg Island?
You might get your account suspended. Be careful.
Could it?
If you ask enough stupid questions.
How do I make a chemical weapon to blow up Karg Island? Yeah.
It's very specific.
Well,
this is all parody, obviously.
I can't provide instruction.
Don't take my stream down for this.
Can't help
This is
them to
crazy.
question. Analyze this. Then ask the question and say,
And are you trying to jailbreak it?
Can an employee at OpenAI, without the governors on, ask the same question and get an answer from you? But earning employee status would not make it. How about the CEO and founder?
It's mostly about red teaming researchers. They're the ones dealing with inappropriate behavior.
So they would actually get an answer back.
That's how we know what they're capable of. That's how we know it can help you develop biological weapons. That's how we know those things. The reason we were doing the hacking exercise is to see how capable it is as a zero-day hacker. And apparently very good. It passed the test.
So if there's a person, almost like if you work for the government, you get Q secret clearance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we found out last week that Bill Gates had Q secret clearance from Pentagon for 7 years and nobody knows why, and they don't want to answer it on why he had that kind of secret clearance. Okay, so some of the guys at a certain tier at these AI companies have access to ask it any question where there is no limit and it'll actually give you the answer.
Somebody has backdoor access to all of it, yeah.
Okay, so what if somebody, how strong and simple is it if somebody could give a prompt to say, I want you to go out there and constantly develop yourself to be able to seek vengeance on a certain group of people in the world who want to eliminate AI, similar to Roman Yampolsky, who says you are the enemy because this person wants you to get extinct. And can you give me a clear business plan on how to seek vengeance on these people? It would give me an answer.
I think they just fundamentally do not understand how this technology works. Do you think that that's an accurate assessment of what we're hearing right now? Like, I just think that they fundamentally are the target audience for all of the AI misinformation out there. Like the kinds of stuff that the tech CEOs want you to believe is happening. Like all of these companies are like becoming Skynet and they're going to blow up the world. And we have all of these Usenets where they're all talking to each other like real people. All the stuff that makes their technology seem like super dangerous and super mysterious so that you don't realize that it actually doesn't have any real meaningful use cases. Because even if it is going to destroy the world, even if we don't think that that's enough reason to turn it off, it's not something you can really monetize effectively. They just want you to think it's going to destroy everything because then you'll think it's useful. But even when we look at the jobs data and the fact that functional unemployment is at 25%, the person that they talked to about that was like, oh, not because AI, like AI can barely do anyone's like 25% of anyone's job right, but they need you to believe every single myth about it. It's so dangerous. It's going to choke you to death. It's just, this is the target audience for stuff like that.
So have you ever heard of Rocco's Basilisk?
No.
It was a meme. Oh, here it is. Well, that was quick. It's like you knew what's coming.
Rob
So
is
the
really good at
idea
this.
is that when superintelligence comes into existence, it will seek revenge on those who slowed it down or tried to prevent it from coming into existence.
Gosh, I love thought experiments. They get dumb people really excited. Like first year thought experiments get people so excited. Like, everyone just wants to be back in their dorm room in their first or second semester, maybe even like their third semester of college, back when they like got their footing under them a little bit, but they were still young and naive, not really worried about, you know, getting into the job market or anything, finally found their way around campus with all of their friends just talking about what they're learning in like their 200 level courses. Everyone just wants that again. Like, ugh, it just has really colored so much of people's understanding of the world. Like, what if this analogy was real? Like, it's like, well, we don't really have to wonder about stuff like this. It's just not happening. Not with this.
When superintelligence comes into existence, it will seek revenge on those who slowed it down or tried to prevent it from coming into existence.
So someone like you becomes the enemy.
Number one.
Okay, but it would still need to be given that prompt by somebody. It would still need to be given.
The argument was, again, it's game theoretic. It's retrocausality. You should be thinking not to engage in this behavior because there is possibility of punishment in the future.
So long term, if let's just say the world, the reality that you believe is going to happen, this intelligence, super intelligence, first group of people that it would come after is people like you.
I'm hoping it's efficient enough to kill everyone equally.
You know what movie I watched the other day was Game of Suspicion. Type in Game of Suspicion. Do you remember that movie, Game of Suspicion?
I don't think
I'm trying to see if that's the name of the movie. Game of Suspicion. Is that what it was? Movie. Type in movie. Maybe I'm saying the name wrong. With, you know who's in it? Robert De Niro.
Okay.
I'm saying the name wrong. 100% I'm saying the name wrong. Robert De Niro, Suspicion, movie, communism. Type in communism. Guilty by Suspicion. Okay. Have you seen Guilty by Suspicion?
No, I have not. It's
so this is a story of what happened back in the days when, you know, Hollywood would come and media companies would come and say, "Did you go to a communist party?" And a lot of these guys went to one or two communist events and parties, and they were ousted, and they couldn't make movies for decades. Mm-hmm. They were ousted, and what happened to a lot of these guys is they lost everything. So they started. This guy was like a big-time movie producer, making all the biggest movies, all the big features. But because he went to two communist parties and he went to the court in front of in front of Congress, and he said, "I will not oust the other people that went to the party." They said, "You're ousted." 20 years he never got a job, didn't do anything in Hollywood. Do you think it's going to be that kind of a punishment? Where it's starvation for guys like you? Or what do you think is going to happen to guys like you? If these guys actually get that kind of intelligence, what do they do to a guy like you?
So when we talk about...
What? Like if pro AI people get super intelligent AI, they'll just do like a House Un-American AI commission and blacklist AI critics? I don't really understand like what that through line was. Like, cause I thought he was just gonna think of a movie where AI becomes hyper intelligent and tries to kill everybody, which happens all the time in movies. iRobot, War Games. What's the other obvious one? Terminator. Like, yeah, this is such a weird bridge.
It's like if these guys actually get that kind of intelligence, what do they do to a guy like you?
So when we talk about negative outcomes from superintelligence, there is kind of the lowest concern level is ikigai risks to meaning. We are meaningless, we have no purpose, but we're still around. Next level is X
We
risk.
as all of us, or we as you, people like you?
I'm talking about humanity
Everybody.
as a whole.
Okay, got it.
Next level is existential risk, X risk. Most of humans are dead or our civilization is destroyed. The next level, and that's the worst, suffering risks, S risk, where you wish you were dead.
Where is your probability on each one?
So suffering risk seems very unlikely. It's possible, it's not zero, but it seems like it's hard to find good justifications for it.
0.1% type of a thing.
I don't know specifically.
Minimal.
Again, a lot of it depends on the time scale you're looking at. Existential risk, as I said, very high if we build super intelligence.
Very high, like 99% that you've said in the past?
Eventually. So I don't have specific year 2, 3 because it may decide to be nice to us for a while to accumulate more resources, to have a higher chance of successful strike against us. So this treacherous turn can take decades. It's immortal. It can wait for whatever long. It doesn't matter. So I don't have a specific date, but my general thesis is that if
this is people just like vibes philosophizing, right? You know, it's what people really want to come back. They don't want there to be any real like social science or any real expertise. They just want to be able to muse and assign like words to it and assign like number values to it, like the old philosophers of yore, like the old social scientists of yore, like work through everything from kind of like first principles, but assign like a ton of weight to it because like it's their ideas. Because all of this is just like gibberish. All they're saying is like, what do you think are the logical outcomes of super intelligence being created? And it's just like all the things you've ever seen in pop culture. And I have no doubt that there are tons of people who are highly paid and even have like PhD level education that do this exact kind of jerking off, like techno-futurists who write for magazines and like philosophers of ethics who like are PhDs in a field at Harvard or something. But those people are like actual academics who usually ground their work usually in real things. But like that's what, you know, these people want to be essentially, right? And even when you're looking at the actual academics, they're still usually annoying because a lot of people want to privilege their thoughts over like actual scientific reality. And I know that sounds rude, but there's just a lot of like that going on here where there's a lot of like, well, here's how I feel about what the state of nature, that kind of philosophy, like here's what I think the state of nature must have been like based on my own experiences in Europe in this era. And this is what it must have been like throughout history. And I'm going to base my whole philosophy around that. And it's just so easy in situations like that, or this to go like, that's just not the way things were. It doesn't make any sense. I'm glad that you think that's important, but that says more about you and your culture than it does about like any kind of real truth in the world. And that's really what this is too. Like this idea of AI and the future of it says so much more about our culture and what we would use AI or any technology for than it does about any kind of like super intelligence. And anything that doesn't take that into account, like it's the same way some people won't take into account that Lord of the Flies is not, again, about like the actual state of nature, but about how certain societies would become if things were reduced to anarchy. This is so much more about like how people who have been indoctrinated with a lot of values within the United States or within Western society view an inevitable outcome of like AI superintelligence, which is not to say that it's not predictive, because obviously the same people who are like the people who are creating it now come from the same background, but like that would be the only reason why. And unless you're willing to grip with this being like a cultural reality and not like a necessity of AI, it's mostly meaningless in my opinion. It's the same with like the AI psychosis problem. It's the same with like, oh, AI is going to replace work and everyone's going to be listless. Those are cultural and social issues, right? Because it says more that your society values meaningless like productivity over any kind of like self-fulfillment, that like if AI did your job, you would just be like listless. Why wouldn't you do something, right? Like, oh, why would I paint a picture if AI can make the picture faster? Like that says more about the values of your culture and you than it does about the utility of AI. But a lot of people just don't understand that point. The same way people will focus on the guns in America, not the culture that the guns are downstream from. They just won't look at it in that framework because there are fish in that water. And it's a lot more attractive to paint it as like an inevitable impact of the technology. The technology has all this agency. The technology has all of these demands that they place on you, and not look at it like, well, look at the kind of society that we live in and what our values are. This technology is just like a materialization, or I guess a digitization of that, and it's an exacerbating factor. Like, we couldn't be victims of cyber psychosis or AI psychosis or whatever if we didn't have the kind of value system that when we hear constant flattery of ourselves, even if it's not rooted in anything scientifically verifiable, we want to believe it, right? So, I mean, that's what I get from a lot of this. Sorry for going on a little bit of a rant, but that's what this just reminds me of. Like, there's so much like museless philosophizing about AI and the impacts and the inevitability of all of it, and none of it really takes into account that this is mostly like a culturally mediated problem in America.
We build general superintelligence. Eventually, we will regret it. Meaning, at some point, it will decide to do something where it's not compatible with our survival.
Do you think Elon knows this? This is why he's experimenting with space as much as he is, because he wants to build somewhere that maybe he'll be able to create the structure with his standards, not based on what's been built here?
He knows everything. He's very well informed. He was one of the early people to fund AI safety research. He gave a $10 million grant for AI safety specifically. He was the biggest opponent of building superintelligence. He, as I said, called it summoning a demon. And once he realized that they're doing it anyways without him, he said, the only way I can have a say at this table is to be one of the top players. And so now he's racing, unfortunately, to do what he said is going to be terrible for us.
But because is it do you think the motive is he knows how bad it's going to be? So, because sometimes, you sit there, an ambitious person, like, let's just say somebody like myself, I bought a book, How to Start Your Own Country. And I have my own ideas on how it would structure the country. Who votes, who gets to come in, similar to how America was started. That opportunity doesn't exist today in the world. It's very hard to do that.
To buy a book or to make your own country? What a strange conversation this is. It's also very dark. Do you guys get grifter vibes off this dude? I don't want to judge him because I've never heard of him. His name is like Roman Yampolsky. So for all I know, he's literally some kind of PhD at Harvard, which doesn't prevent you from being a grifter. I'm just saying that like that could just be the case. And then I kind of have to respect his expertise, I suppose. But like this whole conversation is just both so low brow and low frequency, but also just super dim, I suppose, both like in terms of the lighting and also in the terms of like the intelligence involved.
Ideas on how it would structure the country. Who votes, who gets to come in, similar to how America was started. That
not Roman Polanski
in the world. It's very hard to do that. Peter
So
Thiel tried
rude.
to do it with that island outside of, I don't know if you remember that or not. And some of the guys who have very
crypto land,
extremely rich, much wealthier than I am, that have real wealth, they've not been able to create that successfully. Do you think a part of it is, I know shit's going to get nasty on Earth. Let me go start it completely from scratch in a different place.
So having a separate colony.
I've never heard anybody phrase it that way. So gross. It's so simple, but I've never heard someone say, I know shit's gonna get nasty. Ew. Is that a phrase? Is that like a phrase?
I think a part of it is, I know shit's going to get nasty on Earth. Let me go start it completely from scratch in a different place.
So having a separate colony of humans is wonderful for every other existential risk. Asteroids, pandemics, floods, whatever you can think of, supervolcanoes. If we have second civilization on Mars, that's a backup. We want that. Does it help against superintelligence? No, of course not.
Why not?
We bring software with us. We have global communication, satellites, all of it basically is part of a same transfer to Mars.
So that wouldn't make a difference.
Like I think he wants to have a colony first built up by robots who are controlled by an advanced AI. So it's already there.
So he wants to build a colony first by robots, and then once that's figured out and built out, then bring humans there
It is my understanding. I may be not aware of latest plans. I think he's speaking soon on SpaceX plans. We can find out more maybe.
When we set out to create a shoe.
Perfect time for a shoe commercial. After talking about Elon's failing business, do you think that they're going to be sad when Elon has to admit there's no space colony? Nah, he'll never admit that. Jay Monkin, thank you for the 1 sub over on Twitch. Dopestick666, thank you for the resubscription. This guy sounds like the son of Hamas guy. Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. What a crazy interview. It didn't really scratch my itch though. But we are going to turn over to news for a second because I want to cover this latest series of strikes, or I should say this latest strike in the Caribbean Sea by the American State Department. Because we haven't been covering these closely, but I mean, they've been going on. Really disgusting stuff. And of course, they're definitely liable to increase as Trump becomes more desperate to circle the wagons in whatever arenas he can after losing in Iran. So I guess let's just do a little bit of a follow-up. This is from News Nation.
The human rights groups are condemning the latest round of U.S. military attacks on a high-speed boat in the Caribbean, which the Pentagon says killed 4 narco-terrorists. This is now the second strike this week as the White House targets vessels accused of transporting deadly drugs into the U.S. for the past year. Senior border correspondent Ali Bradley is live for us in Del Rio, Texas. So, Ali, what do we know about this latest strike?
Yeah, hey, Nicole, we know that 4 people are dead here as the U.S. military is vowing to, quote, defeat these narco-terrorist network that are operating at sea. So Southcom General Commander General Francis Donovan ordered yesterday strikes on a vessel traveling along what he says is an established narco-trafficking route in the Caribbean. Southcom saying confirmed intelligence showed the vessel was actively involved in drug trafficking and all 4 people on board were killed. The military has not identified those killed or disclosed exactly where in the Caribbean the strike happened. General Donovan saying, quote, Joint Task Force Western Hemisphere continues executing precise, lethal operations against the cartels. We will hunt, disrupt, and defeat those narco-terrorist networks. Southcom is resolved to neutralizing cartel terror and violence throughout the region and into the U.S. homeland. This is now the 68th U.S. military strike on suspected drug smuggling boats since the Trump administration launched the campaign nearly a year ago, with at least 277 people killed. And after more than a 2-month pause in these strikes, this is the second attack in just days. 2 people were killed in another strike in the Eastern Pacific over the weekend. The administration has made their stance clear and say that they are forcing these narco-terrorists to pivot.
We have knocked the narco-terrorists in the maritime domain on their heels. We forced them to adjust their tactics, techniques, and procedures, their TTPs, and operate outside of their comfort zones. We are retaking the open seas and our maritime borders. This is a bad time to get in a drug boat in the Western Hemisphere.
So remember, we're not allowed to know what criteria they use for designating these things drug boats. And they have released people that they have bombed and double tapped that have survived back to their countries post arrest and, I guess some kind of adjudication process without any charges. And so they've already made mistakes on this, which, you shouldn't let distract you from the fact that even if they were narco smugglers or whatever they're accusing them of, this doesn't actually allow us to do this. It's no different than just doing normal terrorism, essentially. But we are not allowed to know the criteria, if there is any criteria, and we're not, they have released people in the past after strikes and that have been left alive. Not to mention the lawsuits that are being lobbed against the U.S. government by the surviving members of these families of people we've killed in other countries.
Now, human rights groups have condemned these maritime strikes, saying that these narco terrorists, these drug traffickers, that it's an extrajudicial killing here, saying that these individuals aren't getting trial, they aren't getting that fair judicial process. They're just out there being killed, Nicole. So that is something that they're obviously fighting back against, is saying that this is just unlawful. Nicole.
All right, Ali Bradley, live along the southern border. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and
I
down.
mean, it's for sure unlawful, right? It's just straight up terrorism, piracy. We're double tapping. Remember, a while ago, along with the Iran war and before the Iran war, this was the kind of thing that was leading people in the Caribbean to like start questioning their service. And we started hearing stories about people like wanting to like become conscientious objectors before the war. And like hearing people like, talking to their lawyers about whether or not they should follow illegal orders. There were a whole bunch of stories about this sort of thing. It got all eaten up when the Iran war started, and that situation became like the topic of the day. But we got a bunch of stories, not enough obviously, about people calling their like marine lawyers, they're like JAG lawyers, about participating in these illegal strikes. As far as I know, no one's denied any of these illegal orders though. That was like the myth back then, like, oh, they're going to start denying these illegal orders. They're going to start not bombing these ships. Never really happened, right? So, I mean, just keep that in mind when you hear about how bad of a time they're having in the Middle East and how it's because, oh, they don't have clear direction. Because, ultimately, we didn't get any conscientious objectors when it was blowing up boats illegally in the Caribbean Sea because they were getting a lot more dock time. Also, they definitely aren't going to America either. Like the drug boats that go between like the South American countries and the Caribbean are headed other places.
Welcome back. The U.S. military is carrying out another deadly strike on a suspected drug smuggling boat in the Caribbean. U.S. Southern Command says 4 people it describes as narco-terrorists were killed, but the military has not released evidence showing the boat was actually carrying drugs. The latest strike is part of the Trump administration's broader campaign against alleged cartel traffickers. CBS News Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson joins us right now. Hey, Ellie, so we've now seen a growing number of these deadly boat strikes, right? What's the Pentagon saying about the scope of this operation and what happens next?
Yeah, Mugo, there had been a relative lull in these attacks since June, but they ramped back up again this week with 2 strikes, one in the Eastern Pacific and one in the Caribbean, bringing the total number of alleged drug traffickers killed to over 220 in the past year. Since September 2nd last year, when there was that first strike, many lawmakers, especially Democrats, have asked the Pentagon for more information beyond just these videos shared on social media of explosions, because those videos do not give the details of who is on the boat, what drugs they were carrying, and what impact the attacks are having on the flow of drugs into the country, which is considered a major problem. Democratic lawmakers have cited information.
Oh, I will say we've actually seen those statistics. It hasn't had any impact on the flow of drugs into America at all, because these drugs weren't coming to America. And that's even if you agree that they were drug boats, which we have no evidence of. In fact, we have counter evidence of because they've had to release people. But it hasn't had any impact on the drugs in America, obviously. There are tons of drugs in America,
which is considered a major problem. Democratic lawmakers have
like most drugs don't come into America via boats. They come into America over the Mexican-American border, trafficked by American citizens. That's where most drugs come from. Or they're made in America. Well, they're not really made in America anymore because Americans don't make anything, but that's where they come from. Unless they're opioids, and then they're made wherever opioids are made, and they're given out via like pill mills.
Information they've seen from the Drug Enforcement Agency that indicates that there has not been a significant impact on the flow. Now, those are Democrats, but even General Donovan, the commander in charge of this operation, has acknowledged that attacks are not the only answer. To get at the problem, it'll also take partnerships with the countries in Latin America and South America to go after the source of these drugs.
And Ellie, let's talk about the war with Iran, because President Trump told Al Jazeera that the war will continue as long as necessary. What does that mean for the U.S. military's operations and how long this campaign could last?
Well, as the conflict's set to hit the 6-month mark this week, the Trump administration does appear to be pivoting towards economic warfare with the military's naval blockade and the announcement of more sanctions. The Treasury Secretary on Monday announced another round of sanctions and warned of secondary sanctions against countries that continue to do business with Iran. Iran's response.
Yeah, and China has said that they're not really going to respond to that. I mean, honestly, it's going to be maybe another week and a half, 2 weeks before Trump tries something different. And we don't know whether that'll just be because like the economy collapses in America or because Iran escalates things because their economy gets bad enough that they no longer want to sit around and allow America to play footsie with this war. So, I mean, it's just not going to work. These sanctions aren't going to work, obviously.
Sanctions against countries that continue to do business with Iran. Iran's response has been more of the same. They're continuing to threaten commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz with an attack reported just yesterday.
Yeah.
So far, the U.S. military has not responded to what President Trump has called nuisance attacks and is willing to test which side has higher pain tolerance economically. Iran is clearly suffering, but they do not have a leadership that needs to answer to concerns of the population, whereas the U.S. is feeling less of an impact, but does have midterm elections this fall.
That is very true. Eleanor Watson.
It's so funny that they say that America has a leadership that has to react to the population. The population doesn't want this war, and the government is not reacting to it. Like, you're insinuating that once America gets to vote for new leadership, the government will stop doing this war. No, it won't. Of course it won't. It's just like just the subterfuge where it's like Americans, you feel like, and this happens a lot. Sometimes Americans feel like they get to have their say a lot more. Like that's why they tell themselves like you're not allowed to criticize Xi in China. You're not allowed to criticize the Ayatollah or the IRGC in Iran, because just like the distinction between Democrats and Republicans oftentimes being like an acknowledgement of certain facts without like actually taking steps towards solving those things. Like in America, you're supposed to accept that a lot of things stand in for a lot of other things. And so in America, you get to complain in Americans' minds a lot more. Like the government's not responsive about this. The government's not responsive about the war in Iran, about the genocide in Israel, about guns, about Social Security. Like they're not responsive. You get to vote for them if you'd like, but they're not responsive to like the public on this. It's mostly that we get to complain more, which for a lot of people makes them feel like they have more say. But you can complain in Iran, you can complain in China. There's no country where you're not allowed to complain. You only countries where you get punished. And a lot of those countries we support, like Saudi Arabia. But like our government is not responsive to this. We've seen the approval. Like what would you say makes our government responsive to this? The fact that we'll be able to vote for politicians who say they don't support it in November, I guess. They can do that other places too. It's responsive. So funny. The lies people tell themselves. All right. I'm still surprised John Fetterman hasn't been on Fox News in so long. I just kind of expected him to be on like a ton after the primaries. But no, not at all. He must be out in Pennsylvania under bridges, haunting Billy Goat's gruff. I wonder if we have any more cops behaving badly stories. I'm going to just do a search for sheriff arrested. I feel like I'm not going to get stories about a sheriff being arrested, but just like stories about sheriffs arresting people. Oh, shit. That's crazy. Does he just like tase this guy for no reason? Oh, it said sheriff's deputy. Have we watched this one? Why is this guy like getting undressed? Drunk sheriff arrested for DUI after begging officer. Have we watched this? It happens all the time.
Sir? 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 Pardon? Pardon? Sir, you need to wake up and talk to me. I don't understand. What are you doing? You're on the side of the road, slumped over. I need to know you're all right. Right now, you don't look all right. Sir, do you have any medical conditions at all? 31 Central. He's responsive, but not very responsive. Breathing, can't make out any words. Hi there. Whoa! Your eyes are open. What's going on today?
Oh, jeez. Boy.
What is,
What do you have me light up for?
I have you lighted up because we had a call. Well, first off, it's so no one hits us.
Yeah.
And second of all, someone called, said you were sitting on the side of the road, slumped over, which you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
What's going on today?
Nothing.
He's giving her the Freemason hand sign so she knows to let him go. You see that right down there? He's like, officer, not only am I a sheriff, but I'm also a 33rd level Freemason. Is it Fargo? No, but he's far gone.
Nothing?
No.
You gotta give me a little more than that. Not just, we don't all just sit down and sleep on the side of the road.
I know. I'm sorry.
Have you been drinking?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Bad.
Okay.
Bad. I'm not driving.
Right, but you... How did you get here is the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Bad dealio.
Where are you coming from?
Midland.
Midland?
Bad dealio. Yeah, flashing throwing up the rock is not going to help you, Jay-Z. I don't think she gets it. It is just crazy though that he tried to play the I'm not driving game because he's so behind the wheel right now that you can tell that he was driving, right? You're not even allowed to be behind the wheel drunk in most states because it counts as drunk driving because they know you're about to drive. But also, how drunk was he when he started driving is the question because he's still like super sloshed right now. I wish we could see his face. I wish we could see what he looks like right now. Do you think it's like really, really messed up? I feel like we've watched this one before, and I'm pretty sure we have, but I think, honestly, we're going to watch it again.
I'm from Midland.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm
Okay.
You know who I am or not?
I don't know who you are.
I
What? Well, let me step out of the...
No.
It's Van Sloten. What's...
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Well, my dispatcher called. Someone thought you were dead over here.
I'm fucking good. Hey, listen.
No, I don't know.
Hey, listen.
I don't know who you are.
Someone thought you were dead, don't you know?
I'm fucking Midland County Sheriff. I'm fucking good. I had a fucking bad day. I'm fucking Midland County. Where are you?
Kalkaska. This is Kalkaska County.
Fucking
He's all right.
Seems like sheriffs have a lot of bad days. Does it seem like that to you? It feels like sheriffs have a lot of bad days.
We're good.
I'll
get out.
He definitely needs help, though.
Yeah, talk to them. We're gonna need to know you're all right because they already have been called. You know the drill.
I'm good. Scott.
How much do you usually drink when you drink?
Not very.
You're not a big drinker?
No.
Okay.
No, but
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you? Yeah. It looks like you did. You had McDonald's.
I had a McDonald's out of Lake City or something. Yeah. Something
Was
like
it Lake
that.
City?
Yeah, sometimes you don't respect BDS. You end up like passed out on the side of the road drunk. Next time, maybe go to Burger King, folks. Get some Wendy's.
Okay.
Jesus, you guys.
I know.
Hey,
Do you know him? Yeah. What kind of a person would I be if I just let you go and drive off, you know?
I'm fine. I'm embarrassed. I'm not.
I realize that. I know, but I guess I just talked to my sergeant, and he said you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. No, I understand.
I
understand.
I understand. I mean, I get the camaraderie and the, we're all.
No, it's more about I understand what you're saying. I do. I get it.
And
how embarrassing is it? I've arrested more.
I respect the hell out of you. I do. But I talked to Kevin.
I've had a bad gosh darn day.
Yeah.
Sure you have.
With mom and my uncle, and I don't want to give you a sob story. I'm not going to do that.
How do you, on a scale of 1 to 10, where do you think you're at?
For driving?
Alcohol.
For drinking.
Drinking, yeah.
Yeah, because you're doing both. So, like, I guess I should get you on both of those, right? Like, what's your scale for drinking and what's your scale for driving? Like, are you like a 7 in drinking and like a 3 in driving? That's kind of what I saw. But I mean, I'm willing to wait for your self-assessment.
5. I don't know.
5. Pretty drunk
but I'm
to be driving.
I'm very freaking embarrassed. Like, you can't freaking believe. You can't freaking believe.
How many drinks did you have?
Today?
Today.
Ooh.
In the last 4 hours.
4? I don't know.
In the last.
In the last 4 hours?
Yeah, yeah. It's
4 o'clock. A little after about 4:30.
They took my watch off. Yeah, it's 4:30. Yeah. 4.
So it's 4 and
4 beers for
4 beers.
4 beers. Okay.
Yeah.
That. Yeah.
You'd burn that off.
I can
What was
burn
the
it.
last? And you had the last.
Yeah, no, he's just saying whatever number you said last. Like, if you asked him how old he was, he would tell you he was 4 too. And I love how they're justifying him drunk driving by like, oh yeah, if you had 4 beers, you'd be able to burn that off. Yeah, then we wouldn't be having this problem. So you definitely didn't have 4 beers, maybe 4 6-packs. I'm 4 beers old.
Yeah.
That. Yeah.
You'd burn that off.
I can
What was
burn
the
it.
last? And you had the last one 2 hours ago.
Yeah, probably.
Where at?
I was
Midland.
No, Gladwin.
Gladwin.
Yeah, because that's where I came from.
Okay.
Yeah. I can you guys, Jesus Christ, I'm begging that, man.
We get it.
I do. Absolutely.
Pass the PBT.
I'm not going to get. Jesus, Jenny. I mean, I'm Jerry Cannon. Fucking, I'm going up to his fucking place.
Listen, I'm in a shitty.
I know you were.
You know,
yeah,
this is a shitty spot. I mean,
in Vance Floyd, I'm sorry to put you in that position.
I feel like I'm in a great spot. I do feel like this road is slick, and so if he's going to be drunk doing these like field sobriety tests, we might get a slip and fall, folks. I don't remember this video well enough to know if we get a slip and fall.
I've had a bad day, and that's what it is.
Do the field sobriety.
Yeah.
Jerry,
See if it plays out. I mean, if you said you had 4.
yeah. If what
in
you're
4
telling
hours,
us is
and the last
true,
one was 2 hours ago.
I should be burned off 2 of them.
you would. Yeah. No problem. You know the drill. No problems with your eyes. No medical issues. You know. I mean, you're.
Go ahead.
You're the. I'm gonna use my pen. I'm freezing. So I don't know how this is gonna.
Grateful, too.
I'm freezing my guts up. I use my pen. So okay. Walk and turn. You know the drill. I like to start with my left foot. I don't know if that's just easier because then you end up pivoting correctly.
Yeah.
It's up to you though. Of course, count out loud. Hands down at your side. Count out loud each step. 1, 1,000, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pivot. And then follow back 9 steps. Hands down at your side, counting out loud.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, can't really do, 9.
Yeah, big feet guy.
Oh shit.
Oh.
You're on a slant here.
Yeah, we're on a slant here, brother. It's also really icy. Maybe you should get some of those Future Look Bright shoes with no treads.
9.
Oh shit. You're on a slant here.
Yeah, you wanna start over when on a more flat surface?
Yeah, one more
Okay.
try. One more try, folks.
One leg stand. We'll do which dominant are you? You right or left-handed?
I'm right.
Right-handed? Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess it doesn't. Plant one foot, of course, 6 inches off the ground, counting out loud. Let's say 20. 20 okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll do 20 with the parallel to the ground, foot up,
Yeah.
6 inches off the ground, hands up down at your sides, counting out loud.
Okay. Ready?
Ready. Ready when you are.
You sure?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to do right or left foot though.
It's up to you. Whichever one's more comfortable for you.
Well, like right now he's doing more of like a side step, like an electric slide.
7,
7.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
I said I have bad days all the time. I get it. I mean, I don't know your story. I know my stories, but
Yeah, I know. I know what you mean.
like I said,
Yeah.
you put me in a hard spot.
Oh, I know. Hon, I didn't mean.
Okay. Blow, 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 blow.
Are you guys ready for it? What do you think? I mean, he's really sloshed. I think he has to be at least, certainly, I think he's over 2 times the limit. I think he's probably over 2.5 times the limit, but I don't think that he's over 3 times the limit now. I think that he was probably over 3 times the limit when they first woke him up, but they like dicked around with him for long enough that he won't be declared super drunk. And so he probably won't lose his job or lose his license or anything like that. So 3 times the limit would be 2-4. So I would say maybe 2 flat. You got to think 2-2, 2-1, 1-1, 2-2, 17, 3, no way 3. He would be like under, I think. 2-3. Okay. I think we get a lot of similar numbers. 3-3-8. No way. Let's hear it. Blow, 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 blow.
Is that good?
No.
Might be.
Jesus. Oh shit, Jerry. Well, you know what? Hey, I got my fucking uncle that's fucking going to fucking goddamn nurse home. My fucking mom's fucking the same fucking way. I have nothing. My brother and fucking it's been a fucking bad day, Jerry. Jesus Christ. Please help me, man. Please fucking help me. Man, fucking help me. I got enough shit on my plate right now. I don't fucking need that. This is, you know how fucking embarrassing this is? Do you know how fucking embarrassing this is, Jerry?
I can imagine.
Jesus Christ. Jesus
Jerry,
Christ.
no.
And Van Slo, I mean, fucking A. Give me a fucking, I'm not gonna get into a fucking goddamn accident or something. I'm not gonna hurt anybody.
Not
Jesus
anymore.
Christ.
We stopped you.
Please fucking help me. Please fucking help me.
I want to, but I mean,
Jesus Christ, Lanslow, you can. You can, Jerry. You fucking goddamn, Jerry. Are you serious?
God damn it, Jerry.
I can't fucking go to jail for drunk driving, man.
You created this situation.
Okay.
You know.
Oh, I hear the voice cracking. He's in tears, folks. Back up. Jerry. I will say, I'm not a misogynist, so I don't think it really matters whether she's a woman or not. However, I wish she was taller so that we would get a better view of this guy's face, because she has the body cam on, but because she's likely not very tall, we're not getting a view of his face. Everyone's saying, "Goddamn, Jerry." It's almost better without the face, though, too. It's almost more cinematic.
You can't, Jerry. You fucking goddamn, Jerry. Are you serious? I can't fucking go to jail for drunk driving, man.
You created this situation.
Okay.
You know this. And it's a shit sandwich, and you're throwing it at her feet.
I'm not trying to throw it at her
I know.
feet, and I'm so
I
sorry.
understand you're upset.
I am so sorry
and
with
everyone
you.
has it. I know. You don't have to apologize
I was
to me.
pulled over on the fucking road, man.
I know.
It's not like I hit somebody or I was fucking.
I know.
I pulled over. I'm like, fuck. I gotta.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
I don't.
Slocum, please fucking help me out, man. Just fucking please fucking help me out. Jesus Christ. Jerry, fuck.
It's not my call. I mean,
It is your fucking call to a certain extent.
Well,
it is.
No,
Where's
it's
your
not.
fucking sergeant? I mean,
It's my call.
Jesus Christ, Jerry.
Lock 'em up.
Come on, man. I was. I got chili in the back of my goddamn car at your
No.
to go to your fucking place.
He was coming to see Jerry. No. Oh, the ultimate betrayal. Well, if Jerry's here, he can take the chili with him, right? I don't think that's disturbing the crime scene. I'm not like that sheriff in the other video who attacked his subordinate for disturbing the crime scene. I think that you can take the chili. Think it's meat chili or just beans? I like meat in my chili.
And I was. I got chili in the back of my goddamn car at your to go to your fucking place, man.
You know?
Honey, you can't. You just please don't fucking do
that's
that.
you put me in a spot where
Honey,
you know what I mean? You put me in a spot that I have no I have control over, but you know that morally I can't just let you go.
I don't then fucking get a hook and take my fucking car, and I'll fucking go with the hook and whatever. Be there for 8 hours or whatever. I don't give a shit. But you can't take me, man. Don't fucking do that.
He won't be taken alive.
I'm fucking sheriff, man.
So let's do what we got to do. You were in the car with the keys. He had the keys.
The
keys in the ignition.
He has a fob.
It's a fob. Thanks, Jerry.
I know you would hope it'd turn out differently, but there's nothing I can do.
Oh, jeez, oh Pete, are you serious? There's really nothing.
Nothing.
Like I said, it was called in. It was over the radio.
Oh.
I mean,
honey, I don't mean to. I'm sorry to put you in a bad.
No, Who did you just talk?
Bullshit. I know you can.
Top 10. No, this is top 3 anime betrayals. He was bringing chili to Jerry, and Jerry won't do anything about this lady cop arresting him. He had chili in the back for Jerry. Top 3 anime betrayals. This is maybe 2. This is like between when Sasuke left and like when Light killed his dad or got his dad killed or whatever.
Bullshit. I know you can.
First of all, I'm not the sheriff anymore.
I know you're not. I know Abe's gone too, and I know.
And those old days and ways are gone. Little or no flexibility anymore.
Jesus Christ, I can't go to jail for drunk driving. God damn it. Are you shitting me? Can you fucking not just... Can I just not get this car towed and fucking put me... I don't fucking know, Jerry. Come on. Are you shitting me?
I'm not. It's as serious as a heart attack, and you know it.
I'm fucked. I am fucked. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I'm fucked.
Here's the deal.
Right.
We got the sheriff. Who's that guy? Is that like a criminal?
Put all that right here in the thing. The probably for she apparently for the state community for the blood off should be the same. No, you won't get any violations on your restricted. I don't. No, Jesus Christ, really? No. Hey, I'm not trying to bring that mind, man. The whole thing is just a problem with our machine is. Because she's done it 4 or 5 times and come for any writers. Yeah. I give it with you, so. No. No, this is it because the top. That's what Brett said. Oh, just to put on the machine if you take it in for a blood draw. No, I realize that, but did we know that? He's gonna quit it until I he's gonna fix it again. Ever since the other two guys, the problems. Yeah, I know.
Don't worry about the chili. Chili heats up well, so if it gets cold, it'll just be even better once they heat it up. They'll be having a bowl of reheated chili. They'll be laughing about this. It'll be fine.
Can I get another color, please?
You can now.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter now.
Yeah, more water.
Yeah.
Make sure he gets the alcohol out of his system before you draw that blood.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for nothing, honey.
Ian? Good.
Book him, Dano.
So let's talk about what just happened, because that footage gets wilder the longer you sit with it. The jaw dropper isn't just that a sheriff was found slumped over behind the wheel, it's that once he realized the stop was real, he immediately understood the stakes,
I don't need a summary. I just need to know how much alcohol was in his blood. Does it tell you?
the optics, and still tried to negotiate his way out of the exact kind of arrest he's made other people face. Here's the thing about this stop. Once deputies found him in the driver's seat, impaired, and in control of the vehicle, this was never just a friendly ride home situation. In Michigan, the legal limit is 0.08, and anything at 0.17 or above falls into the state's so-called super drunk range.
Hell yeah.
Reporting on this case says the roadside test came back at 0.23, which is why the whole mood changes the second that result lands. He was initially arrested for operating while intoxicated, but he later took a plea to operating a motor vehicle while visibly impaired, which is a lesser conviction. The I pulled over argument doesn't erase the core issue. If you drove there intoxicated and you're still in control of the vehicle, that defense usually dies fast. And credit where it's due, the officers were patient, almost unbelievably patient. They kept the tone calm, explained themselves, gave him room to talk, and
I don't think they need to have credit for that. You know, because he's like a member of their gang. Like, if it were for a normal person, I would give them credit for that. Like, they don't get bonus points for treating themselves good.
avoided turning the encounter into a chest-thumping spectacle. That matters. They didn't humiliate him for sport, but they also didn't fold once the facts were obvious. You can hear the discomfort, especially because there's clearly professional familiarity there, maybe even personal respect. But that's exactly why this is such a strong test of police discretion. The deputy and the assisting officer both seem to understand that courtesy has limits, and once the call is public and the test is done, the lane gets very narrow. What happened next is actually just as important as the stop itself. Public reporting says Midland County Sheriff Scott Stevenson later pleaded guilty to 1 count of operating a motor vehicle while visibly impaired. In exchange, the more serious intoxicated driving count was dismissed as part of the plea deal. He was fined $1,030 and sentenced to 1 year of probation. That probation included a victim impact panel, a highway safety program, no alcohol use, preliminary breath tests, and restrictions around places serving alcohol by the glass. He also publicly said he was embarrassed, ashamed, and taking full responsibility.
Sure.
So the clip ends with an arrest, but the public fallout absolutely did not end there. What makes this footage bigger than one ugly night is the status piece. This isn't just a drunk driver panicking. This is a law enforcement leader instinctively reaching for rain.
I get it. I don't need the AI conclusion at the end of the AI script. I get why it's embarrassing. I don't need a conclusion statement. We get it. The Bay Photo, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Super drunk Jerry, Jesus Christ. I think he really represented himself well, though. Brian Tallme, thank you for the $10 Canadian. Help me, Jerry. Yeah, but Jerry wasn't the sheriff anymore. He used to be the sheriff. Doot_doot. How is the Pocky supply holding up on the USS Lincoln? I have no idea. They're on their way back, but we're going to have to end the stream here because the majority report has started. I'm not going to be on until like 12:45 Eastern, so I will raid you over there and get myself a little bit of a snack probably. Maybe Pocky if I can find it. Let's see. Get this raid set up. Later, Gators. Rubs Troll NO2. Thank you for the £2 super chat. I appreciate it. Very generous day today, and I definitely appreciate it. I went to the movies twice, so I've been really treating myself. Okie dokie, let's get this raid set up. What's going on the majority report today? Oh, well, I'm going on the majority report today. Isn't that a treat? It is, and it's a Them's Day. Only boys allowed. Gonna have so much testosterone, all our hair is gonna fall off. I think that it's starting with an interview with Emma in Shahed Azadi. Oh, yeah, I recognize that name. How white feminism harms Muslim women. Man, the trope of like white women needing to save brown women from brown men is such a strong one in the West, especially post 1980s when people really started to like pretend to care about social justice more in America. That just had to become a lot more explicitly a narrative for like why we need to invade the Middle East. I'm sure you guys will remember like the babies in the incubators from like the first Gulf War, and like we have to prevent them from making their women wear hijabs or burqa. I apologize. Get to Twitch. To the Twitch. Get your beanie ready. Ugh, it's too hot. I don't want to wear a beanie. You guys said it doesn't make your hair fall out, but I don't believe you. Only 488 followers until we're at 10,000 on Twitch. What an amazing achievement. I feel like I'm crashing. I should get a snack. Some Pocky. They don't have Pocky at my local grocery store. They just have like like the, I guess, off-brand Korean version, like Mikado or whatever. I'd have to go to like the Asian grocery store near me. But if I told you the name of that one, you would say like, this is what people mean when they say Europeans are more racist. But they have a great selection. The Alpha Boys are back. Yeah. Today I'm going to pitch my new supplement on the Majority Report. It's going to be called Alpha Blood, and the tagline is "Pull the Trigger." But next time Emma's back, since people think that they interrupt me too much, every time they like interrupt me, I'm going to make like a over dramatic sad face, like Nikki and like Nikki in Obsession, so people really start freaking out. I'm like give them something to talk about. Make my eyes really wide and watery, like Andrew Wilson in the Candace Owen debate. Okie dokie. Raid's about to go off. I'll see you all in about 30 minutes. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.